our mother tongues. Um, just to correct our moderator a little bit, my name is Inif Ngenzi, and I'm actually standing in for the Director General of the Chamber of Tourism here in Rwanda. I'm the head of strategy and also coordinate the work of the East Africa Tourism Platform. So I'll give a few remarks on behalf of the Chamber. And I want to, first of all, welcome you all, the leaders here in the room, those from the public sector. I'm not sure if we have many from the public sector, the private sector leaders here, industry captains, and other partners, the development partners that may have our sponsors. You are all welcome. So I greet you all this morning. And it is really an honor and a delight to be here with you. And on behalf of the private sector fraternity, we want to thank the organizers of this summit for inviting us to come and address you on this particular topic, which is of great essence. It is really a great pleasure to stand here and discuss on this topic of tourism as an avenue for advancing digital transformation in East Africa. Tourism in East Africa is really a beacon of hope. It is a source of dreams and a driver of our economies. Our lush landscapes, diverse cultures, and the unparalleled wildlife are what makes us globally renowned, drawing visitors from every corner of the world. Tourism, the tourism sector, as you may know, is a leading source of foreign exchange. In the region, as we're talking East Africa, it contributes around 10% to our GDP, employs over 2 million people in the region, which shows, again, the importance that tourism has in our economies. In 2023, after the pandemic, most of the EAC partner states are expecting full recovery to pre-pandemic levels. These are 2019 data that we had. However, in the midst of the fourth industrial revolution, we face a new frontier, a frontier that invites us to transcend geographical barriers and redefine the boundaries of our industry and digital transformation. In the last few years, we have witnessed the transformation and the transformative power of digital technologies being one of the most interactive and people-centric sectors, stands to gain immensely from this transformation. Digital transformation and digital technology has the potential to boost our economic growth, create jobs. As I was saying already, if we have today more than 2 million people employed in the tourism sector in the region, if we include digital transformation, we can foster, again, innovation and provide seamless experience to tourists. In East Africa, we have begun the journey into the digital realm. It's a journey that paved way for advanced ticketing systems, virtual reality experiences of our beautiful landscapes, digital marketing strategies, and really all these targeting not only the region, the local, but also the globe. We are also using mobile payment solutions, making transactions easier for our international guests. Yet, the integration of our digital economy and the digital technology into tourism is not merely about improving operational efficiency and customer experience. It's about reimagining our industry in a way that preserves our cultural heritage, enhances sustainability, and strengthens community involvement. Let us consider our most significant assets, our diverse and beautiful wildlife and the natural ecosystems. As you may know, in East Africa, same as for Rwanda, we are ecotourism-based destinations, mostly, even though we have other products. So leveraging technologies like the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, we can revolutionize conservation efforts. For instance, smart tracking devices, and this is already being used in most of the partner states, are helping to track endangered species, and digital platforms can raise global awareness about our conservation products and our conservation projects. Furthermore, we can use digital tools to increase community involvement and make tourism more inclusive. By providing local communities with digital skills training, we can enable them to tell their own stories, the stories of those that are living in the areas adjacent our natural resources, our national parks, and our key attractions, share their cultural heritage with the world, and directly benefit from the tourism industry. However, to fully seize these opportunities, we need to address the challenges ahead. We must ensure widespread digital literacy, improve connectivity and digital infrastructure, and foster, of course, an environment conducive to innovation, especially for our youth and the less privileged. Rwanda is paving the way for digital transformation in Africa with remarkable innovative initiatives in both the public and the private sector. It's on this digital roadmap that we can envision how such as Visit Rwanda, leverage digital platforms to promote the country. And also digital transformation here is not just for tourists. It's our most precious inhabitant, our diverse culture and wildlife. Digital transformation is not a solo of us has a unique role to play in building, of course, a robust digital economy and ecosystems that support the tourism industry. East Africa has the potential to be a global leader in a digitally enabled tourism. We can talk examples that you know very well of platforms like Irembo, which you've seen focus on digital literacy, connectivity, improve our digital infrastructure, and create an environment that is conducive to digital innovation. The Rwandan experience teaches us that the digital transformation in tourism is a journey that requires active participation from all stakeholders. Government taking the lead, private sector, and mostly all the communities involved. As the Chamber of Tourism and the regional umbrella, the East Africa Tourism Platform, who are the private sector bodies that represent the interest of the businesses in tourism and also in the integration process of the East African community. Our vision is to have a vibrant and a single tourism destination. When you talk about East Africa, we see it as a one destination and one people. So our platforms work closely, of course, with the different stakeholders, including the ministries, the tourism boards,
I can use famous examples
development partners
setting the tone.
to
Obviously,
promote
there's a
intra
translation that is talking
and
about
interregional tourism.
for everyone in the room. I think 2030 has always been a
As we
goal
look ahead,
on working towards certain SDGs.
let us
So if we
strive
think about 2030,
to
can you just
incorporate
speak
digital
about what the next
solutions
targets may be, what they look
that
like,
enhance,
what some
of
of them
course,
already
continue to
have, working
enhance
closely with
the
African
tourism
partners.
sector,
And of course,
that
you
continue to
mentioned work in
enhance
progress.
our
So
visitors'
basically, you have
experiences.
branches in some
We still
areas
have
and they do
a
work in
lot of
progress. And
experiences that could be
are you able to speak about what those branches
enhanced,
look like
digitized,
over the next
thus
7 years
offering
as you work towards
more
evaluation of the
um,
advanced continent with the SDGs?
better and more empowering experiences um, to allow communities and tourists. In the end, digital transformation is not merely, of course, about technology, it's about us, it's about the people. It's about enhancing our lives, enhancing the lives of those who live across the region, and enriching the experiences of those who come to visit the region. And with this, I want to invite all of us here, those who are present and those who may be following online, to join in this transformational journey. And again, I want to thank the organizers of this summit for giving us this opportunity and enabling this conversation on digital transformation. And together, let us transform East Africa for God, my country, and East Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that educative speech. Really appreciate. So for our next session, we have it's a panel, Evolution of Finance. I don't know if we have Ignace Toranzize. I hope if I got that correctly. Um, Munachi Ogweke, Victor, Pepita Uwineze, and Okeke Ikechukwu. Do we have them in the house with us? Ah, they are not here. Okay. Moving on. Moving on. Do we have Marcel Atieno and Williams Kuriba in the house? No, you don't. Okay. Um, um, can we have Unduka Upabi? Not ready. Okay. Okay, so some of our speakers are not here yet. So please just have patience with us. A few minutes, we'll have them here. So for our next panel session, we have Elsie Godwin moderating. Yes, we have Elsie Godwin moderating. We also have Turazinze. I just spoke to him some minutes ago. I don't know where he went to. Turazinze, Munachi Ogweke. Do we have Munachi Ogweke in the house? Munachi Ogweke. Please, if you're around the corner, please, we need you. Or if someone knows her, just please help us put a call to her. Victor, as a Victor, do we have Victor? Pepita Uwinaze, and Okeke Ikechukwu. What do you think? Okay. I just had a conversation with Turazinzi. I don't know where he went out to. Okay. Do we have Sarah Rukondo in the house? Sarah Rukondo. I don't know if I got that correctly. Sarah. Sarah Rukondo. No. Okay, so moving on to our keynote speech, the future of digital transformation will be holding by King David. King David, please, can I have you on stage? King David. Okay. So a few minutes he'll be here. He'll be having the keynote speech for the future of digital transformation. Okay, so David wants a grand entrance. So please, can we put our hands together for King David as he takes us on the future of digital transformation? Please put your hands together, everyone. Thank you very much. Grand entrance. Thank you too.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Hello, guys. Good morning. Do we have energy in the hall? All right. So today is day two of the East Africa Digital Innovation Summit, and we are super excited to have everyone here. And just to be clear, this is a forum, and if you understand how forums work, it's not just supposed to be a speech. It's supposed to be highly interactive. It's supposed to be very engaging, and you're supposed to have fun as well. So, just a quick one. My name is King David, and I'm the founder and CEO of SPC Universe. And we are the host for the East Africa Digital Innovation Summit in partnership with Blockchain Vibes. And this summit is holding across three countries: Kenya, Rwanda, Uganda. Yesterday we had it in Kenya. We had over 2,000 young people in participation. I'm sure they'll show it up for you in the screen shortly. And today we are doing the forum in Rwanda, and tomorrow we'll be having the Innovation Conference and Awards in Kampala. So we're excited to be doing the inaugural edition of this. This is the first of many that will be happening. And before I go to my keynote, I want to welcome everyone, starting with some speakers who made out the time. Some flew from everywhere, some knew about this event in a very short notice, and yet they were able to come through. We have the likes of Paul Atwine from Global Events Africa. Thank you so much for coming. Yes, and we have Dr. Kelechi Okoro, also known as the famous health statiner. Thank you so much for coming. We have LCEC, also co-founder of Cashwise Finance. Thank you so much for coming. We have the amazing Albert Muyabugingo. Hello, guys. You don't know Vuba Vuba? You keep on ordering foods every day, and the CEO is sitting right with you. Thank you so much, Albert, for coming. We appreciate you. And we have Mr. Tola Joseph Adubabe. Thank you so much for coming. We appreciate you as well. And we have Yvonne Kagondu from Kenya, Web3 leading voice in Kenya, done amazing things. Thank you so much for coming. We appreciate you. We have Engineer David Lumala, and so many other speakers who will still be on their way. We have Ignat. Sorry, it would be good if the speakers are in front, just for easy recognition. We have Ignat from Payne Yusuf Untawali, and the rest of them will also be here. So I'll move over to my keynote. First of all, I would like to do it more like a story. Planning an event across, a lot of people have asked me why come up with doing an event in three countries at the same time. And one of the things we believe as a company is digital transformation is a powerful tool for changing and transforming nations. Do you agree with me? And the reason this is very important is because if you look at advanced countries and advanced places, you would actually discover that one of the things they have in common is their use of digital transformation. And before I continue, shout out to Kigali Photography for partnering with us and providing us with excellent media services. We appreciate you as well. We have the co-founder of TechPoint Africa here as well. Thank you also for coming. Now, what is the future of digital transformation? A wise man once said, there is no future without the present, and there is no present without the future. When we begin to talk about the future of digital transformation, it's very easy to begin to talk about emerging technologies such like blockchain, AI, IoT, and the rest of them. But one thing we need to understand and remember is that when we talk about these future technologies, we should also remember that there was a past, there is a present, and there is a future. So I want to break it down into the history of the internet. And some people here may not actually, have read or known that the internet actually has a history. And have you ever asked yourself a very powerful question? Why is the internet free? And that's where I will begin my conversation from. Remember, this is a forum, so if you have an idea, you can always chip in. Why is the internet free? Why do you think the internet is free? Some people say, oh, the internet is free because of this, because of this. But I'm going to tell you why. When Tim Berners-Lee set up the concept of the World Wide Web, he did something very powerful that today is giving birth to some of the concepts we know today as decentralization. Tim Berners-Lee ensured that the source code of the internet, you can Google about him, the founder of the World Wide Web, he ensured that the source code of the internet would be free and accessible for all to use. What was the reason? Because he envisioned the time where people could build on this internet, could build on these infrastructures without having any challenge. And then the internet has evolved over time, right? We've seen the first level of the internet, which is called Web 1.0. And Web 1.0 was the first level of the internet where how many of you used computers in the early 90s into early 2000s? If you did, just quickly, let me see your hand. Early 2000s. Do you remember the computers then? How was it looking like? Are you people older than me now? Why are you guys skipping? So, like, you did not use computers in the early 2000s. Well, if you did, if you remember how the computers were, it was all display only. It was like a slideshow. And then we moved into 2006, 2007, 2008, and the birth of Web 2.0 started, right? The birth of Web 2.0 started. And this birth of Web 2.0 gave birth to some of the amazing technologies that you and I are using today. The likes of social media, YouTube, Gmail, and the rest of them. Now, in 2010, moving into 2011, the first concept of decentralization began through a man named Satoshi Nakamoto when he founded and brought about the idea of Bitcoin. And that idea grew over time into some of the things we are seeing today as Web 3.0. So for me, when people say, what do you think is the future of digital transformation? I always begin with one simple thing. We cannot talk about the future without understanding the present. And today we are going to be having an infusion of various discussions. We are going to be having people talking from the perspective of Web 2.0. We're also going to be having people talking from the perspective of Web 3.0. Because we cannot have a future until the present and the future agree together. So ladies and gentlemen, if you're excited to be at the Entrepreneurs Forum, give a round of applause for yourselves. And thank you for coming. And right about now, I'm going to move on to the next panel. And I'm going to be calling the panelists by myself. We have the co-founder of Cashwise Finance, who is going to be moderating this panel. I'm super excited about this panel. Thank you so much, Elsie. Welcome to this. A round of applause for her, please. And then, also on this panel, we have the CEO of Paying Tone, Ignace Turatsinze. Oh, if I pronounce your name wrongly, my bad. But I love Rwandese. You guys are amazing. A round of applause for Ignace. Thank you so much, Ignace. I appreciate you. And then we have another amazing personality for this panel. We have Mr. Tola Joseph Fadubagwe. Thank you so much for joining us on this panel. Mr. Tola Joseph, thank you so much for joining us on this panel. So this panel is going to be an interactive session. And the exciting thing about this panel is we have a diverse audience. We have a diverse speakers from Ignace, who is building amazing products in Paytone, and Mr. Tola, who has mentored a lot of people on fintech and the future of money. So I'll hand over to Elsie as she does an amazing work for this. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Like you said, my name is Elsie Godwin. I'm the co-founder of Cashwise, and I do a lot of media and marketing as my day job, right? So my panel is not as full as I expected, but I'm hoping that we'll be able to make the most of this conversation with the amazing gentlemen I have here. I also want to make reference to what the DG of the Chamber of Tourism said earlier. I mean, he talked about how it was important to be able to make sure that digital transformation is working to be able to get an inclusive feeling for tourists, because tourism is one of the very important enabler for the economy right here. And I mean, I think it is something that a lot of countries in Africa need to embrace, because we have something I like to call gold that the world would love to experience. So I'm glad that he started that conversation, and he has given us a background in terms of mobile money, digital transformation, the ability to make that experience inclusive and welcoming. And it has to be welcoming, because if I come into a country and I cannot spend my money the way I'm supposed to in terms of interacting, paying for goods and services, and just experiencing the country, then I won't be as comfortable as I need to, which is why I'm excited to have this conversation on evolution of finance. When you think about that, of course, you think about digital innovation. Our method of transfer or of exchange has changed, right? You now have USSD, and then you have the mobile money. Shout out to Momo on what they're doing here. Like, it's just really amazing how you can just make transactions with these things and they're working, right? So I'll just pass the mic for my speakers to be able to introduce themselves properly, because there is a bit of change in the speakers. So I'll start with you, and then we'll go to the questions.
Good morning, everyone. How are you guys doing? All right, my name is Inyas Tretsinze. I run Pengton. Pengton is a digital control micro lending. We help income generating individuals to get access to essential goods and services on credit. So basically, we are between you and your next paycheck. So you know when you need the 1 kg of sugar, or to refill your gas when it's it's an emergency, or you need to get to work. That's where we come in while you're waiting your income. We help you to get access to all of those services and products on credit.
Hello, everyone. We are too cold, and I'm not liking it. Yeah, I love it when everywhere is very high. So my name is Tola Fadu Badbi, founder Crypto Masterclass. I also like to introduce myself as president, Sugar Daddies Worldwide. Yeah, so that's it. So what I do in the Web3 space is I help people to understand the basic concept of blockchain, cryptocurrencies, NFTs, and the rest of them. I've been doing this full time since 2016. Became major 2017. And since then, I've engaged thousands of people, onboarded them to the Web3 space to know how to use products in the blockchain space, and also how to leverage on the powerful tech. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for my speakers, please. Thank you. And really, we need this place to be exciting. And from what King David said, this is supposed to be interactive. So at some point, we're passing the mic around if you have questions for them. And it's also exciting for me because I see this is Web 2 and this is Web 3. So it makes this conversation a good one, right? We can look at it from both angles. So before I delve into the questions I would have asked, right? I would like to have your thoughts when you hear the word evolution of finance. I'll start with you, Web3, and bring it back to the present. Also because we see what cryptocurrency is doing and how it's helping with the ease of transfer between, anywhere you are, you can make payment to me from India, anywhere, and then I get it in seconds, right? Of course, with platforms that people like you work with, and also create a level of financial literacy for people. So when you hear evolution of finance, how do you think about it, and how do you want us to think about it?
All right, since this is going to be very interactive, I think I have paper money here. Anyone has paper money there? I will return it. So I also need you to participate with me, please. Okay, now, she right here is, okay, you want me to return this $20? Okay, now, she is a vendor, right? If I'm buying something from a store, for instance, she demands I pay her this currency, right? So something happened yesterday. I was asking them if they accept Naira. They said no. So they accept their own currency, or USD, right? So if I'm buying from her, I'm paying. But with the evolution of finance, if I have a cryptocurrency powered card, I don't need to ask her if she accepts cryptocurrency. I walk to her business place. How much do you sell this? If I'm paying, I could just use Bondless Pay platform and pay with using cryptocurrency. It is not in our own jurisdiction to either accept or ignore, but that fund will go through. Thank you very much. You can go have your seat. So it's just a way of rerouting, the whole fintech payment method. For instance, there are different platforms like Amazon, for instance. If you go to Amazon, you can't pay with cryptocurrencies, right? But there is a way, I'm talking about directly, but there is a way you can actually chop on Amazon and you pay with cryptocurrencies. Another very quality example, when I want to order for Starlink, I actually paid with cryptocurrency. But the fact remains that on the Starlink app or platform, there is no what's it called, provision for you to pay with cryptocurrency. So this is saying that with the evolution of finance, we've seen how payment can be permissionless. The last time I was in Dubai, I traveled majorly with USDT, and I was able to spend money. So the evolution of money in Web3 has taken us outside that very centralized system. Don't get me wrong. I am for regulation. I am for, in fact, money, if money is not centralized, it will become very useless because it means that I can print my own money, you can do yours, and before you know, we have bulaba all over the places. It will be extremely chaotic. So money would always be what the government calls it. But the evolution we're talking about here is that money has evolved from when there was no money. It's just a concept. Oga, give me your bag of rice. Let me give you 2 bags of gari. We swap, right, by butter. Then it got to a time that we needed to solve problems. So I don't need to move from Kigali to Uganda with 2 bags of gari because I needed a bag of rice. So what I do is I could just sell for money. Now money is available, right? Either coin or paper money. Then I go there to, that money carries that value of 2 bags of gari. Then I go to Uganda, then take the bag of rice. So as time goes on, money, gradually, found its way on the internet. So we cannot transfer money. We have Momo, we have instant payment platforms. But in Web3, it's just so powerful that I could actually spend money without seeking your permission. So that is very powerful. That's one thing that is very innovative, and we just have to, embrace that.
Thank you so much for that. I also want to mention the integration or the relationship between Web3 and Web2 now, which is what you've described in a way that, yes, your platform is Web2, but there are cards and platforms where you can easily, they do the exchange for you. You're not thinking much, right? Want to pay in Naira or in whatever currency wherever you are, but you have USDT. So that technology would help you be able to calculate what the exchange is supposed to be, and it's seamless and it's fast, right? But I also like that you mentioned regulation, which is where I'm coming to you, because I know one of the challenges or why Web3 is being very vocal and very happy with themselves is the way Web2 can be held back with regulation. The relationship or the integration between regulation and innovation has not been the way it's supposed to be. Of course, countries like Kigali are taking the lead and Rwanda rather, taking the lead and helping with the policy initiation and moving along with innovation. But looking at where we are coming from and where we are now in terms of how regulation has been a level of challenge in building and making transfer seamless. How would you think about evolution of finance and where we are going from here?
I think the finance has to get to a level where the services are right now. Has anyone realized that if you speak Henken like 5 times with your phone in your hand, when you try to Google something, you'll get some advert of Heineken. Have you realized that? So at some point, we need finance to get there. We have some legacy for financial institutions that have been operating since the early days of Jesus. And what we realize it's still operating somehow in the same way. And we need to get to a point where we need it prime now. I need money before I even think that I need it, right? So this is the access. We need this access to be a little bit decentralized, right? And what I realized in my micro lending experience is it's not a one process type of operation, right? So to get access to finance, first of all, you need a job. Second of all, you need to spend digitally for you to get a digital footprint so that you can leverage that to get a loan from a telecom like MTN or any other micro lending service. And from there, before they give you a loan, they need to know you. This is KYC, right? They need to have your ID, your phone. And then before you even get there, they need to know your address to make sure that you're not going to flee the country because they depend on that. And at some point, the evolution of finance has to go beyond the money. It has to be a little bit of, we already have the infrastructure, or they have the amazing technologies out there that are doing the work. All we need is to grab all those and then try to think in a way that instead of innovating in a product itself, we need to start to innovate as a business model, right? We already have the banks who have the money. We already have the technologies. And then all we need, for instance, like fintechs right now, don't focus on bringing the next micro lending. Probably find a way to leverage all these existing stakeholders and try to make something, because all they see in you is, it's amazing that banks sees fintech as a very good customer acquisition channel, right? They don't think you are their peers. They don't think, they don't take you seriously when you say I'm a financial institution as well. So how about you start to walk that talk? It's gonna be much, much easier. And then the bank sees the way they earn money. It's been on fees, it's been on lending. That's the biggest business model for any financial institution. And then how about we rethink the way the business model is? How about making the process easier be also a business model? For instance, if I need money, I don't need to fill papers. If I need money, I need you to know that I will need money before I even know that, right? Just like Google knows that you need Henken because you spent like the last 5 minutes speaking about Henken. They already know that you need that, and then they pull you some Amazon stuff. They bring you Vuava. They say, oh, by the way, they have a promo today, right? So we need finance to get there. Right now, we're still lagging behind. We're still lagging behind other services. Like social media has been amazing. You can see e-commerce has been amazing. You can always see that transportation is getting there, but finance is always that one step behind. And then for some reasons, it's a paradox, but it makes sense because it's not one process. It's not one-way process. It's always involve a lot of things.
I absolutely love what you have said. Let me just give a bit of background. I mean, you would understand what I'm trying to say. When you said the banks are not seeing fintechs as financial institution, I think that became their undoing in Nigeria because they had that mindset as well. But right now, a lot of the fintech platforms can boast of customer base that they are then fighting to get back, right? So if that's the way banks are thinking here, then they probably need to start rethinking before fintechs will be taking away their product. I'll come back to you on what you said about lending. But going back to Mr. Tola, with the description you've given, right, it's clear that money is becoming more digital assets than physical. A lot of us can't even remember the last time we saw like a paper note because anywhere you go, you can make transfers, you can use your card, and that's how you live your life, right? So in doing that and also thinking of product and evolution of finance, what would you like to see in terms of how the innovators, those that are building this product, startups, fintechs, how they think about the product, especially with Web3 as well, in terms of mass adoption, because we need people to have use cases for this product, which will then drive the adoption of this products, right? So how should they begin to think about the product, especially with regards to mass adoption and, of course, financial literacy?
Thank you very much. In Africa, we need to solve problems with payment and remittance. Now, when you get to the airport in Lagos, they ask you your BTA, right? Then getting here, you start running up and down to change your dollar to the franc. Is that correct? Before you can spend. So now those builders, please, it's about time you build a protocol whereby I could easily deposit my Naira and exchange for the currency here or anywhere in Africa, such that when I get to that country, it becomes so easy for me to spend money. Because there is need for us to spend money. Someone said long time ago on Facebook that there are 3 reasons why a man makes money: to solve problems, to pay bills, and also for problems. So as someone that loves violence, please, let's build a structure whereby it becomes so seamless. Even if I show them my BT at the airport, getting here, I should not have issues running up and down to exchange my fiat currency. The first remains that the last time I spent fiat, like throughout a day, is here. It happened yesterday. I've not been spending money. The last time I used ATM is over 2 years ago. I'm talking about POS. Then ATM machine itself, it's been a long time. If I make a payment for anything, I pay during using transfer, or I connect my e-card. I don't even have a virtual. I don't even have a tangible one. I have virtual cards. So I want to be able to go to the mall after today, and that same app, I am making payment to the vendor. Not until I see cash, I can't make payment. It's just like Wi-Fi, for instance. Until I walked in here, I was able to access Wi-Fi, right? But there are builders that solve these problems already. So I could just get the app, and get the eSIM, buy data, and like anywhere I go in Kigali, I'm connected. So I think this is one thing that builders should look into. Thank you.
Thank you. And can I say that we are looking into that at Cashwise? So look out to that. But of course, I mean, as we build, these are some of the things, because if you attend events like this, shout out to King David and the team for putting this together, you begin to feel the pulse of the people and the kind of products they really want to see. So it's really important, because even the BTA, I think we need to get to a point where we can show that electronically, because it even makes it then easier for you to have accessible exchange when you come here, because you didn't come in with fiat, so you don't have to change. You get what I mean? But coming back to you, I have to read out this question because I specifically crafted it for you, right? So the concept of microcredit typically targets low-income earners in need of funding to help them become self-employed, or maybe till they get better employment. Now, innovation in this area has had its operational and regulatory challenges within Africa. How can AI and machine learning be used to mitigate some of the identified challenges in the sector?
The first one that comes to mind is to do it now, right? So if you look at Amazon, they have what they call Prime, right? So they have Amazon as an e-commerce, but they have also another service that they call Prime, because I don't want it in 1 week, in 3 days. I want it now, right? So that's something that AI can do to finance, for instance. So it can help micro lenders to do the decision instantly, right? If you need money, you don't need it. You actually don't need it tomorrow. You need it now, because sometimes we have some emergencies, right? And then micro lending, actually, the idea was to make sure that you get it now, right? So AI, what can do is all the processes that are involved in credit writing, risk assessment, and everything. Usually, this takes a couple of weeks at the bank. Some fintech has managed to bring it to less than a week, but AI can bring it to instant. So this is one of the things that it can solve. The second one is to recover. Because lending, the business is not about giving money, it's about getting the money back, right? And then it can help lenders to bring money back into the fund, right? So it can automate the auto deduction, it can automate the payroll aggregations, it can make sure that the money that is out there is coming back now, and then on a timely, because you are not a lender if you're not, you can be a lender for too long if your money is staying there out for a long time, right? And then the third thing is to be able to predict, to help you understand, all right? So this user has shown that in the past 3 months, he need money on the 15th and on the 30th, right? So AI can help you to plan for that. It can help you to make sure that you have 1,000 users, and then the pattern shows that these 1,000 users in the next 5 days, they're going to need this money. So for you as a lender, because you have to raise funds, probably you have to make things happen, you will resupply your lending fund on a timely basis. So basically, AI can help both on making the process quicker, recovering better, and also prepare your fund to know what's coming next.
Thank you so much for breaking that down. Like we said earlier, we need this to be interactive. So after this question, we'll be passing the mic to get 1 or 2 questions from you. And of course, the topic is evolution of finance. The last question, I don't expect to spend much time on it, but the last speaker or the speaker before David, who is the DG of Chamber of Tourism, said something about digital literacy, right? But I'm bringing it down to financial literacy itself. So how would you rate the penetration of financial literacy, and how is that affecting adoption for Africans from your experience? And then we can go to the audience.
I think we have a long way to go, a very long way to go, for the fact that government bodies across Africa are yet to welcome this innovation. For instance, in Nigeria, we know how cryptocurrency is perceived. Okay, some young people are not even bold enough to say they trade digital assets. Well, for someone like me, maybe because of my data online, if I get stopped by policemen, with joy in my heart, I tell them I do cryptocurrencies. But notwithstanding, we are yet to see, the regulation. We are yet to see, the embracement. The other day, SEC was referring a letter to Binance Nigeria Limited, an entity that does not exist. So you can see that we still have a long way to go with education that will help to foster that adoption. Yeah, so we still have a long way to go.
If I can ask to the millennials in the room, like 10 years ago, how were you feeling when you got these 100 bills of, let's say, 5,000 in your hand? How were you feeling? If someone can tell me the feeling at that particular moment, you get your paycheck, or maybe you're withdrawing money from the ATM, or maybe you're withdrawing from the bank. What was the feeling when you had like an envelope full of cash? What was the feeling?
You've never had an envelope full of cash?
All right.
Great. Yeah.
All right. So now, how do you feel if you have an envelope of cash right now in your pocket? You have an anxiety. I'm going to lose the money. Or maybe, where is my money? You are checking your pocket every now and then, right? So this shows you, it can tell you a lot about the financial literacy. So people understand that probably it's safer to keep the digital money because you are not exposed to the risk of losing it, or you are not. It's like having a kid in the market, right? So you are always holding the hand. This is the money now, right? So you will prefer to leave the kid at home, right? Because you need to move freely around. And then this is the same story with the money. And then this can tell you a lot where we've come from. Back then, it was a joyous moment to have a lot of money on your pocket. People would, we all know how money would actually make you feel when you're in a bar, you're in a restaurant, you're in a bus. You will feel manly, right? And then right now, you feel a little bit anxious about having the money around, and then you prefer to keep it on a digital, on a digital channel. So this tells you a long way we've come from what we thought about money and what we think about money right now. And then it can tell you, it can hint, it can actually info on where we're going with money. Right now, we don't need actually the money. We're going back to the barter trade. Have you realized that you can go to the market, buy something without giving money? Actually, it's ledgers are moving around, right? Ledgers are moving around. Actually, this is not far from a barter trade economy, right? Where you exchange things against another things, right? You're not paying exactly money, but you're getting things you want. You're getting that service, you're getting that product. So it shows you that probably the Gen Z will be enjoying this. You can see every social media now has a payment channel. You can see on Instagram, you have what they call a payment. TikTok has a payment. Everything has a payment. So you don't actually need even a bank now to pay for stuff, right? You don't need money, now you don't need a bank. And then what's next? Probably you're not gonna need money at all. And then I think this will say a lot about where we've come from when it comes to education.
Thank you so much. Our time is fast spent. Please, any question, even if it's one or two, any takers? Okay, there's somebody at the back.
Thank you very much for that very insightful session. And yeah, the reason we are here is the thought that, or the belief that we are moving to a time that more people would want to use technology to solve their problems, especially finance. And then I think it was Statola that made a point about bank not seeing fintechs as competitions. Maybe I beg to differ a little bit, because now they are building products that look like fintech just to compete. But that is on the side. In 2021, I did a research to gauge people's like trust in financial institutions. Would you use a traditional bank or a digital bank? And I got some very interesting responses. And that is where my question is coming from. You mentioned education, but the plan to make people trust Web 2 and Web 3, whatever you are solving in the finance space, the plan, is it that you're just going to allow time to play its course, or there's something you're doing to make people trust what you're serving, the services the solutions you're providing? Or you just want, like, let's give it 5 years, people will trust us, or there's something you're doing? That's my question.
All right, thank you. The first remains that time is one big illusion. Okay, time is one big illusion. Some people believe that when they reach 20 years old, they will become rich. Some believe when they turn 30. Some believe, okay, when I get married, when, matter of time. Some get married and nothing. They are not seeing the wealth coming. So time is one big illusion. Now, from the Web3 point of view, talking about how adoption can be fostered, about your question, is that time has nothing to do with all these things. Now, let's go back to before Binance. There was Bitfinex, or there is still Bitfinex, Poloniex, IDEX, and the rest of them. Binance came, and in 2 years, they dominated the market. Guess what? There was OKS before them, Poloniex, and the rest of them. But Binance came in 2 years. So what was the thing that they've done that was extraordinary? We can see them, and we can point out to a few of them. CZ himself will be going from one country to another country, lobbying to ensure that they are accepted, they are licensed. Time is an illusion. It has something to do with success. And that's the fact. If time has to do with success of things that we envisage in life, then it means that many of us, we should be 60 before we get to our parents' financial level right now. But guess what? Gen Zs right now are now millionaires. So it has to do with what are we actually doing to foster something, to push that adoption. For instance, you have a very good idea, and you are not targeting the right audience. You are not targeting, the government bodies to ensure that this is regulated, this is, supported. Then it will die a natural death. Fintech platforms right now, many of us will use them. The last time I used one of my commercial banks to push up to 5M was last night. I have not used it in a long time. Why? Because it is somehow chaotic. But these other new platforms, you just you don't need to even ask for account number every time. These new banks are just so exceptional, and the fees are very minimal. So do we call that time? No, it is innovation. And of course, they are also licensed by CBN. So time is a big illusion, and it has something to do with adoption or success. Thank you.
Do you want to add to that?
Yeah, to add a little bit about that. Yeah, it's a paradox that actually there is two ways that you can be perceived as a fintech. There is the way the consumer sees you, and then there's the way the bank sees you. And then the consumer sees you as an opportunity. Do you remember when 2G was a thing, like back in 2010? right? You were okay with having zero Facebook. You were okay like loading an article and taking forever. You were okay, right? But now people claimed more that we need more. We need like to see it faster, right? Then 3G came and then 4G. I don't know what 5G and 6G is bringing on board, right? So this is how the consumer sees you. They see you as a way to access the money, the services, the financial services faster. The way the bank sees you, they know you are an opportunity to help them streamline their operations. So have you realized that a lot of successful fintech, especially in Nigeria, are buying banks? Have you realized that? It's because the foundational idea of a bank is not bad, but the experience is bad. So this is where the fintech comes in, to streamline the experience, not to change anything around the core banking solutions, right? It's to make sure that the processes are faster or better and probably more secure.
Thank you so much. Just to wrap up, 5G, we're already expressing it in Nigeria, so we know what it can do. Unfortunately, this is not a 5G conversation, but I had to chip that in. And just to add to response to her question, what are we doing? Like they said, we're not just sitting down and hoping that people just come on board, right? Regulation is one of them. Engaging the regulatory bodies too. Because if you're launching a product, you have to be licensed. In Nigeria, for example, you need your MFB license. If you're doing international remittance, you need your IMTO license. There's a lot of licensing going on. So fintechs are actually spending the same amount of money banks are spending to get the same license because once the consumers know that you're regulated by the CBN, that's in Nigeria, it builds that trust, right? The second thing is partnership. We're actually partnering with these banks to ensure that those products are built, and then products and marketing. He mentioned that, which is about the seamlessness. We all want ease, which is why if you think about how commercials are built or communication, we talk about ease, we talk about seamlessness, and we talk about how you can just do these things without leaving the comfort of your home. You're with your phone, right? So those are the three areas builders are actually working very hard to ensure that people begin to trust them. Because if you have the CBN, then everybody knows that you are not going to pick up their money and run away, right? So I think those are the key areas. But thank you so much for listening and, of course, for asking that amazing question. And thank you to you too for breaking down this conversation so much. Of course, I'm sure you enjoyed the rest of this conversation, and I will be here somewhere in the audience with them to carry on the conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, LC, Mr. Tola, Torazinze. That was a very educative panel session. I hope we got something, we learned something from that session. Anyone, did we learn anything? You guys are cold. Are you cold? Should we reduce the AC? We should. Please reduce the AC, please, 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 please. Okay, so to continue with this summit, let's welcome King David to carry on. Thank you very much.
All right, guys. I hope you enjoyed that session. That was an amazing conversation on the evolution of finance. And it's getting, it's going to get hotter and hotter. We have a lot of amazing people who have also come in. Shout out to Yusuf and Tawali. You're welcome, brother. Glad to see you. We also have my friend from Catapult. Shout out to you, brother. Happy to see you. So if you are among the startup pitch contestants, immediately go and submit your deck because after this, we are going to be moving on to that part of the program. So I say it again, if you are among those who are pitching, we're going to be having our judges shortly, ready for that. We have Charmaine Hedin from Good Soil VC who will be joining us shortly. And we have from Catapult as well, who will also be our judges for that. So moving on to the next conversation, I'm going to be introducing, it's an honor to introduce an amazing personality. And before we do that, we'll just do a little bit background on what they've done. We're going to be welcoming someone from West Awele. West Awele Startup House, Kigali, is one of the big startup houses in Kigali who have empowered startups through their hub, through their mentorship programs, and through so many amazing things that they've been doing for startups. And ladies and gentlemen, we have the privilege of having the country director of West Awele Startup House, Kigali. A round of applause for her, please. A round of applause for her. And she's going to be giving us an amazing keynote which will then usher us into another amazing panel. And this is on the overview of startups in Africa and their possibilities. So sit back and enjoy this conversation from Sarah. Thank you.
Good morning. Yeah, that's a very hyped welcome for me. I'm just here to have a conversation with you and state facts for our experience supporting startups. As he mentioned, my name is Sarah Rukundo, and I'm the country director of the Vesevele Startup House, Kigali. This is for those who visited the ecosystem yesterday, I think. You had the opportunity of visiting our space, visiting Norscan and other key players within our ecosystem. And that kind of gave you kind of an idea of what we do. Yes, so the Vesevele Startup House has started in end of 2017. Early 2018, that's when we officially launched. And our purpose was to support entrepreneurs through different services, I would say. Yeah, so when we entered the market, I have to take it, kind of give you a quick history. When we entered the market, we were one of the few players at the time outside of the K-Lab and Fab Lab and other government-backed incubators. And so this kind of ecosystem was still growing early on. And currently we have a community of about 150 innovators that sum up to about 80 entrepreneurs in different programs that are currently incubated in the space. Some of our services focus on access to infrastructure, product development with the digital fabrication lab, where you're able to actually create your hardware solutions or bring them to life. We also do host a lot of networking events. We're very fortunate to be right next to the, the convention center, so that eases up, hosting side events and different events. So that's kind of in a nutshell who we are. So I'm here to just have a quick conversation and give my experience of an overview of startups in Africa, but I'm going to focus mostly on Rwanda because that's where our experience lies. So as you all know, or you heard yesterday, Rwanda is a very small market, but it has positioned itself as a proof of concept, for many organizations to scale in Africa. And why Rwanda? I know for those that traveled, why Rwanda? You've heard a lot. I think it sounds like a Visit Rwanda campaign, but it's true to a certain extent, yes. For Rwanda particularly, we have a lot of government support in creating, they've created an environment or a supportive environment, including access to funding. You hear a lot from Catapult, access to infrastructure, and access to resources through the incubators and accelerators. You also, I think, had the opportunity to visit RDB. So I think it's one of, we have a lot of business-friendly policies, including tax breaks for startups. Business registration process is very easy. And access to finance, which you also get to know. We also have a lot of benefits and incentives. This is through the process of validating the Startup Act. We're finalizing with the process of validating the Startup Act, which will have a lot of incentives for ESOs like ourselves, as well as entrepreneurs, and immigration incentives for companies that want to scale within Rwanda. Our ecosystem is growing. You visited several working spaces where we provide mentorship, training, access to investment or investment readiness programs. You visited a few, so I'm just going to mention those that you didn't get to visit. There's 250 startups, there is Fab Lab, there is Angaza Capital with the Kigali Innovation City, and many more. There is also political stability, which, if I have to differentiate from the rest of from the continent, I would say Rwanda is very secure. There's a lot of security, very low corruption, and the large pool of talent that's available in Rwanda. I think with our population, I think 70% are still under the age of 35, which creates an opportunity for that. Yeah, so there's also a number of government-backed initiatives, private investors that are growing into the region. But let me also talk about the challenges. I don't want to only focus on that because there are a lot of entrepreneurs in the room and they're looking at me saying, hey, you're making it sound like there are no problems in Rwanda. Yeah. With the access of the talent, there is also a shortage of experienced talent or experienced mentors that are able to support or empower young entrepreneurs to grow. That's one of the challenges, and this is a conversation that will continue within the next panel, where they will kind of contribute towards. There's also a lack of access to quality data. This is in sectors of technology and finance, which are predominantly data-driven sectors. There is also access to raw materials. This is from our experience supporting startups that are that have hardware solutions. There is access. There is no access to raw materials simply because we're a landlocked country, and the opportunities that there are quite capital intensive. Yeah. We also have a lot of investors with coming into the country, but very few that are really focusing on early stage financing. But this is gradually improving, I would say. But this is still one of the biggest issues because there are very few players that are at the early stage. And generally the market size presents itself as a limitation, given that we are a population of 13 million people only. So what are the opportunities just from that? There is a growing consumer market, so growing middle class, increasing the purchasing power in Rwanda specifically. The mobile market, mobile penetration and internet access. I think you've all experienced very quality internet in the past few days. The young population in itself also presents itself as an opportunity because it is easily to adapt to new technologies and trends. There is a huge international interest on Rwanda particularly. I already mentioned government support through policies, incentives, programs, and so on and so forth. And the regional integration that is providing startups with the access to grow their market outside of just looking at Rwanda. I would say, as I finalize, I think the possibilities for Rwanda, particularly around innovation in agriculture, because it's one of the predominantly big sector, and finance and inclusion. I think you already made one of our very successful startup on the previous panels. E-commerce and logistics. We are fortunate to have the founder of Vuva who will also continue the conversation. I don't want to take up, he will talk about what he does, but I'm sure you all have Vuva by now if you're enjoying all the great services of Rwanda. Health tech is also, because of the demand of healthcare services in rural areas, I think it's also an area that could leverage a lot more on technologies. And education, again, I'm not gonna talk more on education. I'll let Yusuf, the founder of BAG, talk about the opportunities there around innovation in the education sector. Yeah, so without further ado, I don't think I'm the right person to speak on behalf of startups. They don't like that very much. So I will welcome Kelechi to talk about the role of startups in advancing digital transformation, which is going to be a very interesting conversation with very great innovators and startups in Rwanda. Thank you so much, and have a lovely day.
Sorry, that round of applause is definitely not for Sarah. It's not for her, so you have to give her fresh one. Hello, guys. How are you doing? Hello, guys. How are you doing? The room is really cold, and I don't do well with that kind of vibe. So, if you're going to keep giving me this kind of vibe, at some point I'm going to tell you to stand up and dance to "I'm Unavailable." So, are you ready to give me a very good vibe? Hello? Are you ready to give me that? All right. A round of applause for me. Okay, so the next panel session is about the role of startups in advancing the future of digital transformation. It's an exciting one because I run startups too, and I know all the things that I had to suffer to be able to do that. So before I get into all my stories, I'd like to invite the speakers on the panel. Are they here? Are all the speakers here? Okay. Okay, so I would like to invite. You're already coming? All right, please. Okay, so let's just do it differently, right? If you're a speaker on this panel, just walk in and I'll introduce you while you're seated. Let's do that. Let's do things differently on this panel. Ah. Okay, guys. I think there's some switch or some, changes because I'm seeing my good friend here, the founder of Lifespan Health, Steven. He's here. Please a round of applause for Steven. And then we have Yusuf Ntwali. He's here too. When he walked in, I was very impressed with his hair. I mean, this is digital innovation, so we should be innovating with our lifestyle too. By the way, I'm a medical doctor, and on the flyer, I was wearing a wig, and now I'm on low cut, so that's also innovation. Thank you. All right, so another speaker, we have Mary Bakamurera. Are you here? Sorry if I'm going to murder your names. I'm Nigerian, but I love, the East African people. I love their names, and they're pretty easy to pronounce the names. It's pronounced as it's written, right? So pardon me if I don't do it right. And then also we have Paul Atwain. Is he here? A round of applause for Paul Atwain. And we also have the beautiful lady. The first lady is actually beautiful too. Sorry, I omitted that. But we have Aline Uwasa. A round of applause for her, please. And then we have Jumi Idiagbon. Is he here? Okay, he's in here. So apparently I don't have your name because you're not supposed to, there's some switch. I have his name also. All right, so let's just go right into the panel, right? First of all, we'll be starting with stories. I want you to tell me your stories. So in the process, you get to introduce yourself properly and tell us the story behind your startup. Thank you. I'll start with the females. I'm very gender. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Aline Owase. I'm the co-founder of Becoming Nala. The story behind Becoming Nala starts a little bit away from my other business. I've been working around women empowerment, and one of the biggest challenge we have been facing with women is lack of education and lack of opportunities. On one hand, because women are running informal businesses, but also they have limited, let's say like access, or they think they don't have access to the table, to the right opportunities. So with my previous company, we have been able to support some of the women with capacity building, but it wasn't enough. So therefore, last year, around like March, I was approached by another lady who is so also like interested in women education, especially girls in education. So we joined hands and we started Becoming Nala. And initially we started like trying to figure out where the gap is with existing, let's say like platform solution or communities to solve those problems. And the challenge is most of opportunities for female entrepreneurs, either formally registered, either informal, they are located in Kigali. So most of the females that we have in Rwanda, they are actually based in countryside. They don't have skills, even like high school, they don't have smartphone, they don't have anything, yet they are the majority. So we started tackling that challenge of educating and supporting female entrepreneurs in the rural place so that we go together in the journey of the transformation economically and digitally. So that's a little bit of a background of how we started becoming Nala. Thank you.
All right, a round of applause for her, please. You can pass the mic to the beautiful lady beside you. Tell us your story, tell us what you do, and tell us your story, the story behind your startup.
Thank you. My name is Mary Bakamurera, and I'm the founder of Tuza Ride. What we do at Tuza Ride, we are helping people have access to trusted and professional drivers in Rwanda. How we started this starts back then when Rwanda introduced the law of actually not drinking and driving. We saw how many people were suffering with drinking and then driving and then the consequences related to that. People in Iran, at least they know that. So we're like, how can we tap in and help people with this problem? But also our main focus was on helping people who are in an informal working sector. In Rwanda, we have 70% of people who are informal workers. You know, these people do not have access to referral work and all that. So like, how can we also help these people? So yeah, there's that. And also one other thing that influenced us to start this whole idea or business is back then, one time, my mom is at home. She cannot drive, she's sick, and she needed someone to take her to the hospital. So she needed to call us wherever we were to come and pick her up. And I was like, how many people are facing maybe such challenge, you know? How can we help such people who are in that situation? Yeah, so that we're doing in Rwanda. Thank you.
All right, thank you. A round of applause.
My director is female. She's currently in Capri. But yes, we are bridging the technical skill gap of Rwandan youth to take up technical roles in sports events management. Most of the sports events that are handled in East Africa, you'll find that at least 30 to 40% of the technical staff are experts. So we identified that particular area, and in partnership with MasterCard, we are currently training 25 Rwandan youth to take up technical support roles in marketing, communications, timing, water, transport and logistics. And then we are also a DMC, so we do luxury events. We are the ones that are doing the Giants of Africa Festival in August, where Davido will be performing Until Savage.
Amazing.
Yeah, so encourage you to visit Rwanda, 19th of the August. You definitely need to be there. And yeah, I as an individual, marketing and comms is in my blood, but I'm also a social entrepreneur at heart. And yeah, I look forward to sharing my knowledge and also learning from this panel. Thank you.
Do I remind you for the round of applause? Your turn.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Yusuf Nwadi. I'm a Rwandan entrepreneur. I'm the co-founder and CEO of a company called BAG, B-A-G. And what we do is we're trying to solve a problem related to youth unemployment in Africa. So the reason why we started BAG was obviously youth unemployment is a very big problem. But we also noticed a couple of other problems. University students are graduating without the skills that are required for the job market, and resulting in companies spending a lot of time and resources to be able to onboard them for specific jobs. So what we do is we partner up with companies, small, big corporates as well, to be able to design what we call virtual job simulations. So we design virtual job simulations that if you're a student from anywhere in the world, you can see what it's like to be a product manager at Vuba Vuba. You can see what it's like to be a sales manager at whatever company it is, and gain work experience and get employed with that company by the time you graduate. So that's what we do, and excited to be here.
A round of applause for him too. When I first heard about your company and it was BAG, I was wondering, does it mean something each word? And I just figured out, just secure the bag. So basically,
Exactly.
You're helping youth to secure the bag. Amazing one. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Albert Munyawujingo. I'm co-founder and CEO of Vuba Vuba, an e-commerce platform here in Rwanda. I mean, the whole idea is we've all been in that situation. You're stuck at work or you're stuck at home, and you know, you literally have no time for your shopping, grocery shoppings, you know, your favorite food from restaurant, and any other type of shopping you want. And you know, in such a situation, all you need is a trusted partner, a trusted person who will do it as if it was your own yourself going to that restaurant or that market, right? So that's where we came in. You know, myself and team started in 2020, and I am of course, like any other e-commerce during COVID times, we literally had good time to acquire customers, and now it's time to retain them and keep growing. I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
You've been using Vuba Vuba app and then you're clapping like this. I won't take that. A round of applause for Vuba Vuba, please. Thank you.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Agwena Stephen, and our story at Lifestyle Health is sort of the story that you face every day. So if you have a health goal, so say how many of us have been struggling to reduce weight, for example, or to gain it? Or how many of us have been trying to cut out alcohol or tobacco? Or how many of us have been trying to get 10,000 steps every day so that they're in the healthy community? I mean, for most of us who have been trying to do these things, it's very hard to do them. Not everybody wants to go and eat vegetables every day. Are you a goat? Yeah, and not everybody wants to go to the gym every day, and it's not fun at all. And so my story is similar to that I've always been struggling to really live a healthy lifestyle and live within the health lifestyle limits. And for most of us, we know the importance of being healthy. It's just that doing things that make us healthy is very hard. So at Lifestyle, we're trying to figure out how can we ensure that we make doing healthy and being healthy fun, which is how we started Lifestyle Health, which rewards you for being healthy. That's it. That's what we do at Lifestyle.
Okay, actually, please a round of applause for him. Last time I was in Rwanda, I used this app to help me, you know, try to lose some weight and be fit. So if you haven't downloaded the Lifestyle Health app yet, please, you should do that. It helps you with all of that. Okay, so now we'll be delving right into the conversation. We're talking about digital transformation, advancing the future of digital transformation. How is your startup, your solution? What are those digital tools and digital innovative
smartphone interaction, either like through Zoom, because some of the mentors are international mentors who have that kind of skills. They can have the interaction online. Otherwise, we also try to support them to have access on the right opportunities, for example, access to fundings. Through different collaboration, they are able to access those opportunities as well.
All right. Thank you. You're doing amazing stuff. And when it comes to innovation, it's not like you actually have to do something new, but you're just doing things that have been done, but in a different way. Kudos to you, right? So this is a very large panel. So I don't know how we're going to have to allow everybody to answer those questions, but maybe we could just make our answers shorter so that we can touch other questions. Can we do that? Can we do that? All right, thank you. You can take the same question.
Thank you. How many of us in the room has been a situation where they needed a personal driver and they had to actually call someone they knew maybe who's been driving them, that person is not around, or they call someone who knows someone to actually come and pick them up. You know, people are there already. So what we are doing as Tuza Ride, our role in the startup ecosystem, we are just helping people to actually easily access trusted and professional drivers easily without calling people you knew or finding they are not available and all that related cases. As well, having the platform, we are as well contributing to the leveraging of the the digital era or digital transformation by where actually these other people, these informal workers or these people who are so-called, they do not have referrals, can actually also get jobs, you know. So what we are doing, we have platforms where people can actually go and book a driver, both online and offline, and this is, we believe this is something that we are doing to help the digital transformation.
Amazing stuff. I don't know how David picked this panel. We have someone who's trying to help people to heal, you know, to make their life better. You don't have to walk all the way up, you know, before you can get a cab and all of that. And then Mr. Steven is asking you to actually climb those stairs, walk up the hills, and exercise. So I think we're going to have a little banter here, and I hope that somewhere in the middle we can find out how we're using these digital solutions, innovations to advance digital transformation. Yeah, so next person.
Thank you. I think for me, digital transformation is not about using the latest or the smartest technology, but just applying technology to find innovative ways to deal with the world's problems. So I think on our end, even in sports tourism, the government has invested substantially in building infrastructure. So you can see like the bowl that recently happened at the BK Arena, the stadium that's being, the capacity is being increased, I think to about 54,000 capacity seats. But again, there's just that underlying from the local workforce. What career or entrepreneurial innovations can be brought about? Even in sports, I'll say like, for example, there's a gap here. Most of the Ironman is a global franchise. So over 200 races happen in a year. And most Ironman events have a nutrition partner. We do not have a nutrition partner in Rwanda. So one of the things that we are trying through the work that we're doing, for example, with the MasterCard, is just to create a shift in thinking and just give them the right set and tools for them to innovate entrepreneurial ways to come up with those kind of solutions. So it can be anything from nutrition, it can be anything from gels, and it's about positioning them in such a way that the larger corporations can buy in, because digital transformation requires you to shift your DNA. You have to rework your business model. So it would make sense for a cereal company to go into nutrition, but they may not have they may have a lot of bureaucracies that may drag that process, and it's easier to maybe take on a startup as a subsidiary, or a subunit or a social enterprise, kind of like Vodafone and M-Pesa. I think that's the best example I can ever give in terms of digital transformation. Vodafone came to Kenya to do M-Pesa just so that traders could have money, keep their money on their phones at the end of the day. But then they found people started sending money to their loved ones, they were buying stuff with it, and then they were like, damn, we can actually do more with this. And that's how M-Pesa became the way it is. Lifeboy is a social unit within Unilever, and their target was just sanitation. So even you see their calling is 1 million hands washed. So I think it's about creating those kind of opportunities for startups so that they come up with lean, flexible, and applicable innovations that the larger corporations can buy into. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm wondering, you talked about shifting DNA in digital transformation. Could Mr. Vuba decide to partner with you on the nutrition part of your business? Is it possible?
So yeah, again, Visit Rwanda is our premier partner for the Ironman, but we also work with RCB. And one of the things is this is a destination event, so they work with local businesses within the area. So UMF and a lot of internationals and spectators are going to be in Ruvavu during rest week. So you can find even Vuba is being able to do deliveries in Ruvavu. So, yeah.
So it's good that I'm a doctor and I can just, do the operation, the surgery, and then just put that DNA into you and things start happening. All right, let's see what Mr. Yusuf has to say.
Yes, so I think I think to understand digital transformation in the space of workforce and upskilling, I think we have to understand a little bit of the problem that we're trying to tackle. So, as I mentioned, university students are graduating without the necessary skills that are needed for the job market. So they're getting on, on the job market, and you guys, with your companies, and the first question that you ask any student who comes to you is, how many years of experience do you have? How are they supposed to get those years of experience without, when they're studying the whole time? So, and then when you speak to companies, they're like, okay, the biggest employer in Rwanda with our research is probably, let's say for, white collar jobs, let's say corporate jobs, or some of the banks. And when we spoke to some of these banks, they said we can only take up, let's say, 50 interns per year. And my question was, okay, what is that compared to 5,000 students who are studying at the University of Rwanda, studying banking, who need internships in your companies so they can be ready for the job? So when you look at that, that problem, traditional internships are inefficient, and they're not, they're inefficient, but they're also not scalable as well, right? For a company to accommodate more people for internships so people can get work experience, they will need to have significantly big offices and all that stuff, right? But also when they get to the internship place, you find that most interns, some of us are very guilty of that. Someone comes for an internship at your company, they have a bachelor's in finance, but if you ask them what they did the whole week, they would say, I was grabbing coffee for the CEO, I was printing some papers, I went to town to do X, Y, Z. By the time they're done in 6 months, they didn't learn anything, right? So they're not even ready for the job. So that's where technology comes in, right? And what we're building at BAG is really trying to disrupt that market, saying you as a company, you can still provide the same experience, internship experience to millions of people, right? So you can solve the problem of being of scalability, but also at the same time, we are working with you to design these virtual internships so they're very efficient and they're actually preparing them for future jobs. So what we want essentially is to take over the market of LinkedIn, either get acquired or acquire them.
Do you have a lawyer?
Sorry?
Do you have your lawyer?
Sorry?
Do you have your lawyer?
Ready.
Okay.
Ready. But yeah, so disrupt that market and, create a world where students can study, but at the same time gain a virtual experience by working with companies using the BAG platform. So that is really the role that we're playing in digital transformation. And we believe that technology is the only solution that can actually solve that problem specifically, because you can apply other methods that are not tech-based, but they won't really be effective and scalable. Yeah. And yeah, that's what we're doing.
Okay, nice. I'm hoping that maybe we could somehow, the informal workers you're supporting in your ecosystem, I'm hoping that somehow you could steal from his wealth and plethora of resources, hopefully, because you're just here saying students, 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 and the young people, and sounding like it's a formal sector. What happens to the informal sector? All right, so hopefully that conversation happens after today. Hopefully.
Super excited to be on a panel where such an acquisition is being discussed. BAG, LinkedIn, makes total sense. Even before we get to that, I think such forums should really be leveraged. I think like, partnerships within ourselves, she spoke about, Mary spoke about an app that is connecting drivers, and though I think such forum should be a way to embrace all these things, right? Like all of us, we download the app, all of us, people who have companies here, we sign with BAG. Like literally, to me, that's one step of making these things interactive, just more than just discussions. And speaking of the digital transformation, I think we first need to understand and realize, do we actually need it, right? And to me, the answer is yes. If I probably look at Rwanda as a country, probably 10 years ago, probably 15, when a platform called Irembo was not around. I mean, if you imagine the struggle we all was going through, if you need any sort of certification, you probably need to walk to the sector's office about 3-4 times a week. But now we just have to, I don't know, probably 3-4 clicks and you have it in your inbox. So to me, those are type of digital transformation that we all should be embracing, right? I'm trying to think about my work as well. If you're still analog, right? If let's say you're placing an order, and for me to send a driver, or need to have a driver at my office, grab a paper and a pen, just write, you go into this restaurant, pick this order, this is a client's address. I mean, the whole ecosystem will literally be an order will probably be taking 5, 6, 7 hours to be delivered. So I think we all need digital. We just need to know how to embrace it in our daily lives and the things that we do. Yeah, and of course, if you don't have the Vuba Vuba app, now is the time to download it and experience the digital transformation we're speaking about. Thank you.
Nice. Please bring out your phones and download the app right away. You have a background in marketing and PR, right? And you just showed that off. Very nice. It's amazing that while we're growing up, they say, do not eat outside. Make sure your food is covered. Make sure you know where your food is coming from the pot, and who's bringing it. And now we're having strangers bring our foods to our doorstep. And that's where trust comes in. And it's an amazing thing that Vuba Vuba, I hope that Vuba Vuba trusts their delivery ecosystem, and then, we're in good hands, right? I have tried it out by faith. All right.
All right. So I'll sort of ask a few sets of questions, and if you fall in the category, you raise your hands, and then we'll see how digital transformation, perhaps with what we are trying to do and already doing at Lifestyle, will help you. So, how many of us had on their New Year goals any health goal that they wanted to be any sort of healthy? By a show of hands. All right, we have a very unhealthy panel, but okay. The audience. All right, so how many of you know or people or have people in your family or live with diabetes, hypertension, heart disease, cancers, depression, anxiety? So if you fall into those categories of people, I want you to imagine this scenario, that there could be a platform that is developed that you could take a 30-second selfie, and when you take the 30-second selfie, you'll know what your blood pressure is, you'll know what your blood sugars are, you'll know what your body fat percentage is, you'll know what your risk for developing heart diseases is, you'll know your depression, mental health status, and you'll also know your age, at least by your skin, like your skin age. And then imagine if this platform then moved on from helping you to get all of these screenings without having a wearable, without having to go to the hospital. And then from there, it curates personalized recommendations for you and a program for you for how to improve your health. So with a focus on physical, mental, and nutritional health. And then imagine if you did all of those activities every day. So if today you are supposed to work out and then you're supposed to fill in a survey to check on your mental health status, and then you're supposed to drink this much water, that you get rewarded with points that you could redeem for trips, for gym subscriptions, for shopping vouchers, so that you continuously improve your health. And imagine that at the end of the day, in the whole year, if you did this every day and actively, that you might get yourself a trip, say to Dubai for the week, that is sponsored courtesy of the fact that you're getting healthy. So all of this that I've just mentioned, this scenario, is what we are bringing in with Lifestyle. So we've incorporated very, very new technology, the second to implement on the continent, called transdermal optical imaging, which essentially allows you to scan your face using your selfie camera and artificial intelligence to check on the blood flow under your skin for 30 seconds to be able to give you all of those health indicators that I had mentioned earlier. And then we've developed incentive-based health and wellness programs that help you to improve your health and reward you along the way. And the rewards that you get in terms of points can be redeemed for gym subscriptions and all of these other trips, spa treatment, and shopping vouchers with local partners that you meet every day. So this is the power of digital transformation. The fact that everybody now can be able to access blood pressure screening without having to go to the hospital. The fact that everybody can now have a health program without necessarily paying a very expensive coach to be able to tailor your program to your body type. The fact that companies and workplaces could now have a curated program that is not just a gym subscription, rather a wholesome program that looks at the mental health of the employees, the physical health of the employees, the nutritional health of the employees, and helps them improve productivity at the workplace. This, demonstrates that with digital transformation, we're able to reduce gaps, we're able to reduce inequalities, we are able to improve our quality of living, and essentially we are also able to improve our output in terms of productivity and wellness in the community. And this is the power that digital transformation, and of course with all the other partners I've said, sort of brings into the markets that we sort of exist in, and especially now for Africa. Thank you.
Yeah, I like the fact that we all have health goals. I mean, I've had some health goals from 2003 that I haven't achieved up until now. And when I started using Lifestyle Health app, they remind me every morning, okay, you're supposed to do this 10 years ago and you haven't, now is the time to do it. They send inspirational messages, mental awareness messages, and it's an amazing stuff you're doing with that app and all of the other aspects of it. Now, let's go into collaboration, partnership, funding and investment. Startups can be cumbersome to just manage. A lot of people who do 9 to 5, they're in their comfort zone, and then you leave your comfort zone to come start up something. When we're having a conversation with LC on the financial finance panel, they talked about fintech and banks competing. There's a full competition. It's like one person is trying to take the position of the other person. Now, let's talk about startups and established companies. What are the challenges that you face trying to collaborate with established companies or trying to do something similar to what they are doing?
All right, now that I have the mic, I might as well start.
You might as well go on, yeah?
Pass it across.
Yeah.
So I'll just mention two quick ones. I think one of the challenges that big companies have, especially when partnering with startups, is the fact that big companies are not very risk friendly. They want things that are already established, and startups oftentimes are still de-risking their startups. So there is always that barrier there between big companies and startups. But also the other one is traditional mindsets. I find that a lot of huge established companies have their way of doing things, like the way it has always been done. And they're not looking at adopting new innovations, new frameworks, how it could be done differently. And so that I see as one of the big challenges, that as startups, we have a responsibility to educate the established companies on, bringing in a more entrepreneurial aspect, a more open mind, and an exploratory mind to be able to take up the collaborations and partnerships through the results and the traction that we bring in our startups themselves. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So just make it quick.
I think every time we're trying to have a conversation with a more established company, corporate for partnership, they'll be like, what have you done before? Same issue like what BAG is having for students and employees. They're like, but just a startup, just started 2-3 years ago. How do I trust you? And I always feel like you're probably going to advertise to the Western world. I'm sure we've all experienced this in our country, especially in Africa, where you know that you can actually deliver, but you see the contract is probably being given to a multi-million company, and you're like, that sucks. But yeah, it happens in all different angles, and I'm happy BAG is now solving one side of it, and we should be looking at the other side as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I think definitely I agree with Albert. I think when it comes to partnerships, For example, with the kind of software that we're trying to sell it to big corporates. And whenever I walk into the meeting, there's always like 5 different other alternatives, right? And they're like, oh, you know, we have 5 different countries and we're using this software because they're already in those countries as well. Once you get to that point, come back and we'll talk. So that's a bit tricky, which again, I don't think we should, as founders, we should just dwell on the problem. I think we should come up with our own strategies to, you know, show that we can still compete on the same in the same market.
Thank you. For me, I think like a partnership, like any marriage, is basically just that shared value between profit and impact. Unfortunately, it tends to lead when you're pursuing those kind of partnerships in terms of trying to scale, the emphasis tends to be put more on the profit side. Whereas when you consider the impact side, the gains are much bigger down the road. In terms, and by impact, I mean, when I say impact, I mean like you, a kind of social enterprise unit within, where at least you're getting something, you're getting profit, but also you're creating new products for new markets in that sense. So I think, again, he said that most big companies are risk averse, but if there was just that bit of at least absorbing, at least working with startups to pilot, sprint, or test out markets in those in a very structured environment, but not taking away the lean and flexibility that a startup has in terms of getting market intelligence and actually getting the product within the market, there would be more opportunities along that side. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
We're new on the market, but I would say some of the challenges I've been facing in partnership with other businesses or companies, one would be people are still lazy when it comes to digital understanding. You know, they still feel like, oh, I can actually do this manually. You know, call someone and come do the work. Yeah. That's number one challenge. Another thing is, I think a few of my colleagues talks about it, is they ask, who have you worked with in the past? You know, they want to know the referrals before they could actually use your service. But we know that with time they will understand and get adapted to the services.
Thank you. I think I would probably repeat what everyone said. I would say to have good partnership, you need a big logo already, or also like an influential face on your board. And it's not easy to have when you are just starting up. But one big learning we got in my team is that if you stay consistent and you persevere, people are going to trust you. A step at a time, people are going to trust you. And if you provide a good service, people are going to recommend you. And in our experience, that's how we've been building some partnership. Thank you.
Yeah. So I think one word that has been consistent amongst all the discussants is trust, right? When it comes to collaborating with established companies, it's trust. How about when it comes to financial investors? What is the major problem? No sentences, just one thing. Okay, I'm just going to ask a question like this. What exactly do you want? What's more important to you? Money or impact? And how does that relate or affect the way investors interact with you?
I would say the way we are raising money is by focusing on our impact, and we want to work with an investor who understands that. But it's not easy because investors are also looking for numbers. So exactly. In our context, we're still building those numbers.
So basically money.
Both.
Both, okay.
I would say is both money and impact.
All right.
Yeah, of course, investor will ask you for the numbers, for the traction. So what you are doing, you are trying to do our best to have these numbers, and then also we want an investor who believes in our product as much as we believe in it and sees the future, and that's what we are doing.
Okay.
Thank you. I think when it comes to impact, the one trick that most startups do not leverage as much is that measure So now, like you see, like Lifeboy, they'll say that we want 1 million hands washed by this time, like setting a kind of goal, because it makes it easy for you to quantify the investment. If the investor sees, so there at least they'll know that, okay, once you hit this milestone, what comes after that. So there at least you've kind of married the impact to the bottom line. There's a much clearer picture, a much clearer way forward that someone can assess and be like, okay, I want to be a part of this or not be a part of this.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think we have to go back to the basics of what is a business, and I think a business is supposed to be generating money. So I do believe that enough money will create bigger impact, I would say. So I would say,
just secure the bag.
Secure the bag. Secure the bag and you'll make impact.
All right, nice one.
Definitely, if you are a business, it makes a lot of sense. Make money from your client, investor, and impact follows. Thank you.
One comes before the other. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's very clear, really. That's sort of a two-tiered question. Is businesses are supposed to make money, and money is what drives the impact. And without the money, the business doesn't create the impact. So the money has to come first, and the impact follows. But the impact has to be designed inside of the business right from the start, so that you need the money to be able to create the impact, as opposed to you get the money first and then beginning to think about the impact, which oftentimes, usually once you get the money and you didn't think of the impact, you end up becoming the kind of corporate that does not really want to focus on that and looks at the profit as the bottom line in itself.
Yes, I totally agree with you. I usually like to say that if you put money first, you might not attain your goals, right? So as long as you are preferring a solution, as long as you're selling a solution, money will definitely come. But you need money to actually sell a solution. So we'll find a way, find a balance, and make it happen. We're going to be wrapping up in a few minutes. So if you have any questions, now is the time to ask these questions. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Steven. I'm a refugee from Uganda, Congolese by origin. So I have a question, and I would like first to appreciate for everything you have said, and we as upcoming entrepreneurs getting inspired from you. It feels that good. So my question is, what does future means to you? And what are some challenges you think you would maybe encounter in the future, and how do you think you can address them? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for actually asking the very question that was going to wrap up the session. Yeah, so who would you like to answer the question exactly? All of them? Who would like to answer the question? All right.
Since we work with the women in countryside who have limited access and who are mothers who have the responsibility of household, the future for us are for these mothers to be able to sustain their living and to be able to provide for their families. And for that to happen, they need to untap into the opportunities, which can also be accessed through digital solutions. So I would say that's our future for the mothers, to tap into these opportunities, these digital opportunities, to support their families. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Steven wants to go next.
Yeah, sure thing. So until we are able to see that no people are dying because of cancer and diabetes and hypertension and stroke and mental illnesses, and until we make being healthy cool, and until we make people informed, aware, and able to make decisions about their health, then the work is still going. So that's the future, what we want the future to look like, and that's where we are heading towards, at least at Lifestyle.
Okay, so do we have any other question? Because I would actually love for everybody on this panel to answer that question. What is the future? So that we can wrap up with that. So if there's any other question from the floor, before we go back to that and wrap up. All right. Can you meet me halfway?
Yes. So, a great session, and a lot of things is happening in Africa, and I can't wait to see the future you've been talking about. And my question is to Yusuf, yeah? What did I miss? Please, what's his name? Steven. Yeah. So, I'm not a pessimist. Neither am I like skeptical about digital transformation. But having know that we have a lot of things to gain from it, I'm hoping that we are able to talk about the challenges that come with it. You get, when Sarah was pitching Rwanda to us, she was like, it's like the next best thing after sliced bread. But then she went ahead to tell us the challenges and the opportunities that come from it. And then you mentioned some things about taking a selfie and all of that. How do you want to address data protection, self-medication that come from a product like yours? Sorry for like singling you out, but it's directed to everyone. There are some challenges that come with these things. How do you want to address them?
Yeah, that's the question that we've been addressing for the past 6 months, and I think we are 2 weeks away from completing to address that question. So a platform like ours needs to be very compliant, not only with the Rwandan data protection laws, but also with the global data protection laws, which go beyond the GDPR. We have prepared that, we have GMI2 and 4 others. So for the past 6 months, we've been working both on the local level, but also on a global level to be able to comply and have our systems checked and approved for the various compliances to ensure that we are able to really be in line with international data protection. For health data specifically, it goes beyond the GDPR, and there is PREPAREDA, which is a more stringent data regulation approvals that you need for health. And we've been working also with the ministries of ICT here in Rwanda to actually help them develop those policies and also help us comply with those policies at the local level. So in terms of compliance with data protection and regulations, we already have 5 approvals, and we are 2 weeks away from getting the 6th before we actually begin to mass operate. So on that front, that is mostly covered. And the next question that you asked is self-medication and how do we work with that. So our platform is primarily to help you prevent you from becoming sick rather than to help you after you've gotten sick with sort of online prescriptions and medication and etc. So what we focus on at Lifespan is interventions to help you prevent you becoming sick. So how do you check on your physical exercise? How do you check on your mental health? How do you check on your nutritional health to develop a lifestyle to ensure that you don't get sick? We don't want to target people after they're sick. I mean, people who are sick certainly will use our platform, but primarily we want to target you before you get sick by helping you develop healthy lifestyles.
So basically, he doesn't want you to take your car to wait for your car to get spoiled before you go to the mechanic. He wants to teach you how to service your car, make sure your engine is working, make sure you put water when you're supposed to, make sure you wash your car, and all of that. You're doing an amazing job. So now we're going to wrap up the session with every person who hasn't answered before. What is the future of digital transformation as it relates to your startup?
I think the future lies in every other company's vision, right? Because the future comes with a vision that you set from the very beginning, which is not far from the impact we're speaking as well. So to me, the future should be everything digital. Only in Africa, that's where you see, if I go back to my type of business, only in Africa, that's where you still have e-commerce platforms with cash on delivery as an option, right? So trying to do everything digital, and then when you're delivering your order, you still want to pay cash. And you know, that's part of the future. Everything should be seamless, and through the payment to the order placement to you know, the addressing system in Africa, and to the first panel that was discussing about transacting in from coming from Brazil, coming to Rwanda, and you literally don't have an idea of the currency they're using. So I think the future should be everything seamless, everything being at ease to the end user. You literally be able to do anything at your fingertips. Thank you.
I think the future, we can't talk about digital transformation without talking about including everybody and connecting everybody to the internet. So I think the step number one is for any of our companies here to work, any of our platforms to work, we need more people who have access to internet, cheaper internet, and accessible anywhere. So I think in Africa, I think we should really, really, really invest heavily into what kind of programs or policies can we set up to increase the usability of internet so that more people can become users of our softwares, and more people connected, I think we'll achieve digital transformation faster.
Thank you. For us at Global Events Africa, I think sustainability is a huge part of that feature, because the thing is, digital transformation reads certain redundancies. And when you read redundancies, you shake up the system, and that means certain structures are going to lose their relevance. Jobs will be lost. So for us, it's a sustainable future where both entrepreneurs and careers can flexibly adapt to the shift in times as they are coming, so that as the technology evolves, the roles are also evolving, the workspaces are evolving, and also new ways of working are being innovated so that the workforce keeps up with the digital transformation as it's happening. Thank you.
Digital transformation, relating it to our services, I would say the future or the success for me is actually in the 70% of informal workers impacting, let's say 20%, thinking the other percent includes people into agriculture, into construction and all that. So it's having the 20% number impacted, have access to jobs, yet their living of standards improved. Another thing would be the audience or the people using the service trusting the service, trusting the digital services as much as they trust like going to the market and getting, choosing something for yourself, trusting digital services as well.
A round of applause for all, she's answered. A round of applause for all the speakers. And on this note, we come to the end of this panel session. Thank you for giving me your ears and your eyes. I am Dr. Kelechi Okoro, also known as the Health Attainer. As the speakers leave, a round of applause. No, continuous applause until they get to their seats. Thank you. Yeah.
All right, guys. I hope you enjoyed that session. That was a power one from the panelists, and it was an amazing session. We had so much to learn from that session. And right about now, we are moving on to the next part of the forum. And this part is super interesting because this part has to do with investors, and the topic for this session is the role of investors in advancing digital transformation in East Africa. And on this conversation, I have so many speakers who I'm super excited about. And I'm going to be calling each of them one by one and who they are. And please, when you hear their name, give them a round of applause. I'll first be calling the fund manager of Good Soil VC. Good Soil VC is one of the most successful venture capital organizations, and they've funded quite a number of companies, and they are here with us today. She came in all the way from London to be with us here today to share with us and also to be part of this. Thank you, Chamin. Glad to have you on this panel. And then moving on, I will be calling on the next speakers who will also be joining us on this panel. And on this panel as well, I have the founder and CEO of Boundless Pay and also the CEO of Blockchain Vibes, Mr. Franklin Peters, who is also the organizer of this great summit. Mr. Franklin Peters, good to have you on this panel. Welcome to this amazing panel. And this is an investors panel. Everyone on this panel are dynamic investors who have invested in various levels. Some of them have invested in traditional tech, some have invested in the blockchain, and today they're going to be sharing their amazing experience in being an amazing investor. And I also have two amazing personalities as well who are also here. But before I call them, let me call Mr. Junior from Catapult. Catapult is here with us. If you are in East Africa and you don't know Catapult, then you don't know person. So if you're in East Africa and you don't know Catapult, you do not know person. So Catapult is one of the largest venture capital organizations in East Africa, and they've backed a lot of successful projects, and they are still backing. So Catapult is also going to be with us here on this panel. And then I have another amazing set of investors. These guys are amazing, and their type of investment is way dynamic, and they are here as well. The co-founders of Consummate Traders. They've backed a lot of young traders with hundreds of thousands of US dollars. And I have with me Jeffrey Benson and Ogunlade Demilade. Thank you guys for being here. Awesome. So I'm going to be moderating this panel because I'm also an investor. So I'm going to be moderating the panel, and it's going to be an exciting time. And you're looking at the people that can back that your next project. So if you have a project, I just line them up for you. They can literally back your next project. And also after this session, we'll immediately move on with the startup pitch contest. So startup pitch contestants, get ready. Your judges are looking at you right now. But before the judges begin to talk to you, let me begin the session. We're going to keep it brief. And, they say when you're talking to investors, you have to remove your glass so that I can be looking at them properly. Hi, Chamin. Happy to see you. Thank you for being here. Hi, Mr. Franklin. Happy to see you. Thank you for being here. Hi, Junior. Happy to see you. Thank you also for being here. Hi, Jeffrey. Thank you for being here. So Jeffrey had to also speak at the youth conference in Kenya and flew back immediately to Kigali to join us for the Entrepreneurs Forum alongside Ogunlade. Thank you guys for being here. Hi, Demilade. Thank you for being here as well. All right, so moving on to the topic of conversation. The first thing that we're going to be talking about today is I'm going to first of all begin with each of you and what you've done as an investor, and we're going to now look into your overview and what you think about. Chamin, I'll start from you. You're the fund manager of Good Soil VC, and Good Soil VC has been able to successfully back the likes of ZP, Bet Power, and the rest of them. And as an investor, I'm sure you must have had your high moments, and you must have also had, your low moments. So, can you just share with us briefly on what you think is the role of investors in advancing digital transformation in East Africa? Thank you.
Okay, so thank you again for having me. It's good to see some familiar faces in the Rwandan ecosystem here also. I think that the role of investors in digital transformation is understanding your understudy. Who are you investing in? Why are you investing in them? And what change do you want to make when giving capital? And then also, what role are you going to play in order to help them grow? It's really easy it's not easy to give people money and expect them to grow, but it's a lot easier to apply that Western ethos. It's like, okay, we'll throw money at problems. Whereas when you have the opportunity to be able to make change through capital, you're able to say, actually, how can I use my resources globally to be able to use
assist those startups that we invest in to utilize those connections and be able to grow. Some of the conversations that earlier panelists spoke about were challenges in accessing corporate. I feel like, you know, the role of the investor in the case of a continent where we don't have as many as many big corporations, so we don't have those spin-outs, you know, oh, we're ex-Google, we're ex-KPMG. How do we make sure that you're still plugged in? Because the talent on the continent is often way superseding than they are in the West. So understanding that it's not going to be copy and paste, understanding that startups may need a little extra time, and understanding that our role as investors is to put capital in, number one. Yeah, because no startup just wants advice, they want the capital, but also to be able to follow on and be able to provide a support system and the outreach and the connections that come with that. So being able to do those introductions to corporations, etc., where you have them is important, but also transparency in what you can and cannot do, and being able to say, actually, I can't do this, I don't have access to this, and preserving startups' time. Startups don't want to be hanging out with investors. We're not that special. We're not superstars. I'm not Beyonce. No one wants to hang out with me. Not that I have friends, I promise. But most importantly, people want to be able to get funded and they want post-funding to be able to grow.
Thank you. A round of applause for that contribution. And we'll move on to Mr. Franklin Peters. Mr. Franklin, you've backed a lot of Web3 blockchain projects, and we understand how dangerous, if I'll use the word, or how volatile the blockchain ecosystem can be, and being an investor, having to back projects and then having to, you know, lose funds and still having to back more projects. How has that been for you, and how do you navigate around those things?
All right, thank you so much. So first of all, I would like to say that I'm not much a big investor as Charmaine, right? So I invest, you know, the little I can to boost the ecosystem. I invest from the perspective of the experiences I've had, you know, in the past. And I'll tell a little story. When I got into the ecosystem, as far back as 2015, I came in with the hunger to solve problems. And you know, for you to solve those problems, you would need a lot of components, and that includes you yourself with your ideas, and then of course people that would be willing to work with you, and that includes your operational teams, your developers, and the rest of it. So the problem I wanted to solve, like I said, I back mostly Web3 startups. I was a startup then. I really didn't have so much experience, you know, around being a startup founder. I was like a first-time founder then, or a second-time, but first-time real founder, right? You understand what I mean, right? So I started looking out for you know, people that would participate in what I was doing. And my first point of call were developers. So most of the people in Nigeria then, in 2015, didn't really understand how to play around the blockchain space, especially the developers. So I had to outsource the development of the product to some Indian firm. And unfortunately, it took like 3 years before the product came live. Eventually, when it came live when the market was already saturated with a lot of competitors, huge competitors. By the way, I was building the first order book exchange for cryptocurrencies in Nigeria then. And I was super excited because it was I was going to be the first. I was going to be you know, like a market leader. I was going to you know, take over the market because it was something everybody that we are trading crypto was yearning for. But because, you know, I didn't have the back, I looked out for backers and investors. You know, I didn't get much, so I didn't get any. So I had to do it myself. So it took like 3 years. By the time I got into the market, there was huge competition. 2 years down the line, I grew, but eventually I couldn't stay in the market. I had to, you know, metamorphose into something else. And so this is the same experience a lot of startup founders. Can you guys hear me? I want to see excitement in your faces. You guys are very serious. So, you know, because of that experience, No, I feel very, should I use the word touched when I see people building amazing stuff, especially in the space, and nobody's paying attention to them, right? So most of them come to me because most of them know my story. They come to me, they ask me questions, and at the end of the day, the ones I feel like they deserve some fund, I throw in what I have. But like 80% of them don't come true, right? Just like you said, I'm rounding off. So it's something that you have to make up your mind. It's an investment, at least for our industry, right? Not every startup would scale, right? But it's your job as an investor to do your due diligence, be sure that you're ready to throw it in. And just like Charmaine said, you don't just throw in money and expect the startup to grow. It's your job to follow them up. Else, I mean, it means that you're just dashing money around. Follow them up, help them to grow, get them to understand some certain things, and definitely you will repeat eventually. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, Mr. Franklin. That was a great contribution on that part. And then we'll move on to another great VC who is also here, Mr. Junior from Catapult. And Catapult has backed a lot of successful projects in East Africa and outside of East Africa. So what is destined for Catapult? What does Catapult look out for when they're backing projects? And what are those high moments and low moments for Catapult being venture capital?
Thank you, David. First of all, I don't believe as many people know about Catapult as at least more people should know about what we do. But just to give you a quick background, we are an impact tech-focused VC investment vehicle based out of Oslo. And until last year, when we set up our African vertical, pretty much officialize our presence on the continent, we had already had 35 plus investments on the continent. Since then, we've increased that number by close to 20, and the objective is to make about 20 investments on the continent on a regular basis. On the continent, just in Africa. The objective is to focus on agri-tech, food tech, and climate tech startups. So to give you a bit of an idea of what we look into before I jump onto the topic of the day, the importance of digital inclusion in the startup ecosystem, we mostly look at, before anything else, the right founder market fit, right? Understand there's a lot of solutions, but we've come to understand that if you find a founder that decided he wants to be a fisherman and plug in an app onto it, chances are when things get tough, they're gonna go back to the bank. So finding the right founder market fit not just has the right technical acumen to be able to perform and to develop this business, but also has the drive and the motivation to solve the problem that it's solving. We also are very big on making sure that the market has the potential of taking growth into account. It's good if you find 100 people that can pay for your application, but can you scale that up to 10,000 or 100,000 for you to become a VC bankable startup? So then on top of that, we obviously look at other factors, including the kind of product market fit. Are you building a product that people are, is your product solving a problem that people are willing to pay you for you to solve this problem? Now, that being said, we have seen a wide range of companies. We don't have a fixed lifespan of your business. We'll not say your business should be at least 2 years old or you need to make so much money on a quarterly or on a monthly basis. But we've invested in pre-revenue startups, we've invested in post-revenue startups, we've invested in companies that are just building the MVP, but most of the portfolio companies we have already have developed quite a bit of traction. Now, the one thing that Catapult has always been big on, and we're really ramping this up on the continent, is around supporting our portfolio companies into making sure that they are the best that they can be. Yes, we want them to be able to grow revenue so that the valuation increase with us, the value of our portfolio. I'm sure some of the VCs here, but the main objective is really to help them achieve that vision. And the way we do that is, among many things, is to collaborate in building the ecosystem. The purpose of leveraging technology in a lot of these businesses is that technology has the ability to exponentially increase growth,
I mean, you have the choice of knocking on 100 doors and trying to find 100 customers, but if you find a Facebook channel with 10,000 people, your chances of acquiring more customers faster is better. So it's our belief at Catapult that by linking up our portfolio companies with other ecosystem players that can contribute to, that can leverage other technology in order to contribute to the growth is something we're very big on. I mean, so we collaborate with not just other VCs, but with other ESOs and government institutions. We have a partnership with the Tony Blair Institute. We have a partnership with the Smart Africa, which pretty much is the leading institution on the continent that has a sole purpose to link up everybody in the ecosystem with a technology partner. So we've built this partnership with the purpose of exposing our portfolio companies in order to maximize the chances for growth. And this is just one of the things we do to make that happen. And as an investor, I do believe it's our responsibility, I can go as far as saying that, to ensure that we expose these founders that we're looking at investing in or we've invested in order to connect them with as many technology players in the ecosystem in order for them to grow. One last thing I want to add. Last week, there was a fintech forum that was happening in this building, actually. And somebody on one of the panels, I don't remember exactly who, said that 10 years from now, the concept of fintech will be forgotten because every startup should be a fintech. Whether you like it or not, if your solution doesn't incorporate some form of payment component, you will quickly become obsolete. So with that being said, start thinking of your startup as a fintech. And make sure that you incorporate that in the way you talk about your startup, and that will catch the attention of a lot of VCs like myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Junior. That was amazing. I'll move on to the next panelist. Meanwhile, startups, are you getting ready? Immediately after this panel, they will be here and you will start pitching to them live. So maybe you can raise your check. I don't know. Okay. We have the co-founders of Consummate Traders, Jeffrey Benson and Ogunlade Demilade. Maybe I got your name wrong, but permit me. All right, so you guys set up Consummate Traders to back young forex traders who do not have access to capital to trade, and you guys have backed traders with multiple six figures, and you've had successful traders as well, and I'm sure some have blown your money as well. So as an investor in that delicate niche, because I call it a delicate niche, what's that journey for you?
Okay.
So what's that journey for you like, and what have been your high moments and low moments as the co-founders of Consummate Traders? And lastly, what inspired you to lead that movement? We all know that you've succeeded as a forex trader, made millions of dollars from that before you decided to start Consummate Traders. So what inspired you to take that bold step of backing young traders who wanted to join the financial market?
Thank you very much. I'm excited to be here today. Firstly, I want to say that's a very good question. But before I delve into the main question he was asking, I would like to explain what exactly that we do. So what we simply do is, at Consummate Traders, we are both co-founders. And first, you have to apologize to Harvey because you murdered his name. His name is Damilare. So he was here complaining. I said, I have to say that. All right. And he's popularly known as Habi. All right. So what we do, I and Habi, we fund forex traders. We give them money to trade. So all you just have to say is, oh, I'm a forex trader. Or if you're just a random person, you want to learn how to trade, you can just say, okay, I can trade you guys money. And what we are doing is we are willing to give anybody money from $5,000 up onto $400,000 and up onto $600,000 per person to trade the financial markets. So it's just as simple as going to our website and saying, okay, I want to trade your $100,000 account. I want to trade your $5,000 account. I want to trade your $400,000 account. Then we give that money to you. Obviously, your eyes will be like, really? Like, if I ask right now, you're going to give me that money? Yes. But we still have, we have risk parameters in place, and we've got rules in order for us to mitigate against losses, obviously. So one thing that actually prompted us to start this thing is because we are guys that we started straight out from the scratch. All right. So if you know Nigeria very well, you know that anyway, it's Africa thing. You know that money don't just come by easily. So and we know how very difficult it is when you've learned this skill trading and also getting money from investors to trade because it's a very volatile market. Nobody wants to trust you with their hard-earned money to just go blow in 2 seconds. I mean, we've been in this industry for so long, more than 8 years now. We can tell you that people that we fund, more than 90% of the people, they end up blowing the accounts, which is what we are even prepared for. Like we have technologies, tools to mitigate against those risks. But I mean, no random person would just want to invest in this type of business without understanding it. So what actually made us to want to do this is because we know that first it is hard for you to get money into this volatile market. And since we have learned the ropes, we know the risks, we know how that it can be managed, just like owning a fast car, like or driving a power bike. The other time I told when I was just randomly making a joke among my friends, I said I was about to buy a power bike, a really fast one. Then the first thing that came to their head was, man, don't do this thing because you're gonna crash. That's just how it works in everybody's mind. If you tell that, if you just go ahead and pick up your phone and call your mom, most especially, she's just going to be crying and be saying, don't buy a power bike because of the stories that she has heard about people crashing with power bikes. That's how you also work in the trading space. But what if someone who has driven at Formula One drive that power bike? What are the chances of the person crashing? Tiny, right? So that is what we at Consumer Trader are doing. So first, we are not just only in the business of just funding you, we're also in the business of also maintaining your psychology to make sure you are also in a perfect space to make money for yourself and also to make money for us. It's just basically going to the website, requesting for a fund, we get to fund you guys, and then if you make profit, you get to keep up to 90% of the profit, then we get to keep as low as 10% of the profit. That's just the basic of how our funding works. So I'll let my partner finish the other one.
Thank you, guys. My name is Abi, and my partner has said everything, but let me just add little to it. So our primary aim as traders is to impart youth in the whole of Africa because we are forest traders and we've been in this industry for like 7 years. And we know that this industry is where everybody can make it through. Now, we started from scratch, like you said, and we believe that anyone can come to this forest industry and uh, make your dream come true through this path. Now, we know one of the major challenges every traders face out there is capital. You know, we started from scratch, and our major challenge we faced was lack of capital. We need to go to a lot of investors, you know, beg them, please provide funds for us. We can trade, we can trade. You know, you got a lot of decline, and we never stop. We never stop because we master our craft and we study so hard to be called a professional in this forest industry. Now, nowadays we're glad that we've been able to make it to the top, you know, and we make so much money from the forest market, and we're looking to put those money to invest in young traders coming up. Now, you might be wondering, how do we make money, right? We make money if we have everybody in this room trading for us, you know, trading our capital, which is pretty easy for you to simply make it through if you're starting from the scratch, right? So we give you 90% of the profit if you make money, right? And we take 10%. So if this whole room makes 10% each, right? That is our own share of the profit. And everyone takes 90%, which is what a very fair deal. Like I said, we have our risk parameters on board, and we are good. So all you just want to do is, if you're a forest trader, you're looking to start trading today, you can, we provide education as well, right? You can just go to free website, YouTube, you can start learning from there, and you can get funded straight away. You know, we have what is called demo and we have what is called real, right? For people that are experiencing this. So you can just jump on real straight away and come to us, we'll fund you directly. Like I said, you can get up to $400,000 instantly, right? Instantly, and I mean it. So just go to the website and sign up, you get the fund directly from there. And of course, he was asking about our highs and lows. Yes, like I said, the high time for us is if every traders are all making money, every traders on our platform. Like currently we have over 100,000 traders on our platform. 110. Well, 110,000 traders on our platform funded, right? So if these people are able to make profit for their whole month, right? And we make 10% each from these guys. And imagine I said they're trading $600,000. So imagine we're getting 10% of that every month from each people. So that's like our eyes. And the lows are this, that most of these traders blow our money, they lose the funds. That's our lows, but like we always make sure that we provide education back to back for these traders so they can become good at the craft, so that's simply all about consummate traders. You can go to www.consummatetraders.com. You find all other information from there. Thank you.
Wonderful. So you see, this is a diverse panel of investors. We have VCs that fund startups. We have those in Web3. We have Catapult, and we have also those who also fund the financial market. So I'll just ask each of them one more question, and then I'll begin to call the startups who are going to be pitching right about now. Like I said, the pitch is going to be fire pitch. So you're going to be standing right in front of them, and you'll be using your projector. You have 3 minutes to to do what you want to do, and that could be profitable, because in as much as you're a VC, you're managing funds, you want to give returns back to your LPs, and then you have the targets you've also set for your fund. So how do you spot your winners, and what are the challenges you faced in spotting those winners?
I think in spotting the winners, definitely I agree with you. It's really important to back the jockey. Looking at that rather than a great idea, it's really, it's a dime a dozen that you come across someone who has an outstanding idea, but not everybody can build. And understanding that everybody is hustling to begin with, everybody is still trying to find their way. Probably up until past Series Z, people are still trying to find their way and having a go. But understanding who is dedicated to the cause, and who is going to go back to fishing when they decide that it's not working, and who is going to say, actually, let me pivot and find a new solution that works in a similar way. Who is working to build something great and to build a profitable company, and who is building to the VC's interests. The panel previously, there were some conversations, some questions asked about how you, I guess, lean into the investor. And for me as an investor, I don't want anyone who cares about me. I want to be like the least of your problems. Obviously, everyone needs capital, but I don't want to look at a startup who looks like they are building a model that relies on investment capital. I want to look at companies that want to be profitable, sustainable, and want to change the world. And only with a huge grand vision are you able to do something that's important as that. I've been a founder, I've built, I've grown, I've exited, and I understand that there is a lot of tears, there's a lot of blood, sweat, and there's a lot of unanswered questions that come with that. You have to really be in it, like you're breathing your company, like you're breathing oxygen. So as an investor, spending time with both the founders, but also with their target market. We've seen a lot of use cases of people saying that they have a number of users, or that things are adapted for a specific audience. But if you don't speak to their audience as part of your due diligence process, then it's kind of a problem. So those are kind of the things that I look for, and why I spend a lot of time doing research sessions with the people on the ground, the potential target audience, as well as just the founders, because it's easy to sell the next big Monzo or whatever the Western fintech is to a Western VC. But does that really matter in a market like this? Does anyone care about the features as much as the accessibility? So Zipe, being one of our largest portcos, is successful because they are a tech platform, but they're tech enabled. So they also have that physical element that enables the average African to be able to access their services. You can use SMS, you go to their booths, and I think that these are really important. And then finally, a big conversation that is very rarely had on these panels is the importance of FX, right? So when startups are raising, especially if raising in dollar, how is that conversion working, and how feasible is it if they don't understand the FX market or aren't working closely with a brokerage to learn how to hedge those opportunities? Is it for them to be able to return those funds? And also, a lot of fund managers don't look at that in an opportune way. Obviously, a great solution for that is to raise on the continent in local currency, but where that's not feasible, it's definitely something to explore. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So in a minute, Mr. Frank, how do you spot your winning projects when you're making your investments in Web3?
All right. So just like most other VCs, the founders, first of all, is the key for me. The reason is that so many people just want to lay their hands on funds. They just want to get money, right? But not everybody is a founder. When you see a founder who has passion, it's really not about the money. He's willing to go all in. He's taking the risk. He's the first investor in his own product, and he's willing to go even though the money is not there, right? So that's the first thing I look out for. And once I have a founder, there are some certain key things that I look out for as well in those founders. Are there people who are who are able to work with other people, right? I've seen founders who just want to own the whole product by themselves, and it's not good. There are founders who jump quickly into the next thing, right? Who are not patient enough to drive their baby and get it, to grow. So that's it for the founders. Then secondly, I also look out for the products and the industry wherein they operate. So there are some solutions people build, and it's really not a solution. They feel like it's a solution, but I think I've judged a couple of VC pitch sessions in Bunny Heroes Africa, Tekidia Capital, and a couple of other ones, and TDFI as well. And I see people, just building things because they feel there's a problem. They don't do proper market research. They don't understand the markets, where they are building, and they just build maybe because the next person is building, right? So I look out for people who are really solving problems, and if those problems have a lifetime that is, good for me as an investor, because some problems or some solutions are not necessary. Maybe some other people have already solved it, or they are not solving it in a way that is sustainable, or several things around that. So it's about the product, it's about the founder first of all for me.
Yeah. Thank you for that. In 1 minute, how do you spot your winning projects, Mr. Junior? How do you spot your winning projects?
My due diligence process has 22 parameters that I have to take the companies through. We are I don't want to say anal, but we are structured like that way. But on top of the couple of things that I mentioned earlier, the of it all is actually quite important, because we meet a lot of companies that have applied to our program or we've scouted, only to realize that they are a couple of months, maybe a year away from actually proving the MVP and proving that the solution that they're providing is scalable, and that is the bulk of the requests we receive. But the product, and then you forget to look for the customer. So in my opinion, the right balance between the amount of work that's been done on your MVP, you might have the Formula One of all products, but if you don't have the right driver for it, you're not going anywhere. Finding the right balance between building your product and going after your market is how, for me, founders who manage to balance that out are potential winners for me.
Thank you, Mr. Junior. My question for you, Jeff and Habib, is a bit dynamic. How do you mitigate your risk? Because then you're funding young traders who will blow your money. Are you sharing free money so that I can know? Or how do you mitigate the risks involved in that?
Okay, thank you very much. First, like our business is somehow very dynamic and very volatile, just as you guys must have already thought about it. There's a B2B side of it, and there's a B2C side of it. So the business to business side is where we get to have our brokerage firms that we liaise with. So the task of the broker is to help us with the risk tools. Say for example, you come to us, you want to pick up an account of $100,000. So what we first do is we test you out with you're going to pay an exam fee, which is usually around $500, which is refundable. So that exam fee makes us know, okay, this person is actually serious for this test, for this fund. So you pay $500 to get $100,000. So what we're going to do is to take you through the phases of the test. So the first phase is for you to pass, make at least like 8% without losing 12% in period of 60 days. So if you're able to pass that, then that shows that the relationship is working. All right. Next phase, where it's just the next phase is now us doing a verification on your knowledge to be sure that you're actually a trader. You're not just a random person just trying to want to get this money and then gamble our money all the way. So it's usually if you're able to make 10% without losing 6% in a day and without losing 12% in the period of the trading term, and you also do that in the verification phase, then that means you're good to go. And when you become funded, on the funded, that's on the evaluation. When you become funded, all you just have to respect this time is to not lose 6% in a day. And where you also have like other account metrics, always monitoring you every day to make sure you're doing the right thing, to make sure you're applying stop losses. So for those who are not traders, so stop loss is like an order that you give to your broker to stop you out, even when your phones are off, or any of your trading tools are off, they still will lock you out, and that's determine our loss. So we put all these tools together in order to make sure that people are not just gambling our money, blowing our accounts, and all of that. Another tool that we also use again to mitigate this risk is, first, we always believe that everybody needs to be funded. That's what we believe at Consumer Traders or proprietary firm. That's why we believe so. I also don't know, but I just know everybody needs money, right? So in as much as we all need money, there are still some people amongst us that will lose this money at the end of the day, or that don't just have genuine intentions. Okay? So how we get to filter these people out and actually take the real ones that are going to make money for us long term is through a process where we also called the demo stage. All right? So there's what you call paper trading, where you are trading with the virtual funds, but they are not real money. All right? So we take them through that phase. It is when we are able to filter out the width from the shaft. That's where we take the width to the actual the main stage. All right. So these are just the two basic way we are able to filter. And since we started doing that, we have been able to reduce a lot of risk and actually remove the good traders. And sometimes we can have crazy people that understand. When I mean crazy traders that understand risk, they know how to manage risk. They know how to risk $1 to make $100. These are the kind of people that we love. We even have meetings with them. We like them, and we just get to hang out with them, and we get to know how their system also work. We get to infiltrate in their mind. Those who are willing to share, we get to get some ideas from them. Also share with other of our traders so that we can also maximize our wins. So that's how we've been able to do it.
Awesome. All right, guys, this has been super amazing. From the panelists, they've been able to give us different perspectives of being an investor. And now we are moving on to another very powerful part of this program. And in this part of this program is a startup pitch session. Like I said, you have 2 to 3 minutes is an elevator pitch. So if you went to write all those things, I don't know what you're doing. But then it's an elevator pitch, and you're expected to. These are guys that can write those checks for you. Everyone here can literally back you if it makes sense. So you have max of 3 minutes, 2 minutes to pitch, 1 minute for their questions for you, and then you go. So in no particular order, let's have Aquila Studios as the first person for this speech. Please, when I call you, come out quickly, or I'll have to replace you. A round of applause for Aquila Studios. Is Aquila Studios here? So if I don't see you, I'll have to quickly move on because of time. and you will not have the opportunity to do that again. Aquila Studios, are you here? Okay, so moving on to the second one, we have MediXR. MediXR. MediXR, you have 2 minutes to pitch to this amazing set of investors. Tell them why they need to give you $100,000, $50,000, $20,000, or even $10,000. And remember, I'm timing you for that. I'm going to give you the mic right now. Personal advice, in as much as the slides are good, but like I said, it's an elevator pitch. Sell yourself to them. Most investors don't always invest because of some of the boring pitches. They invest in basically what you have to say. So, MediXR, your time starts right now.
Hi, my name is Esusa Boy. I'm an ALU student, and last year I and my classmates, we founded a startup to solve the problem of inadequate access to medical supplies and medical training equipment. Because we come from low-income countries here in Africa, we don't have the equipment or even facilities to train proper medical experts. So what we did is we took all those complex equipment, all those expensive and inaccessible equipment, and we made it virtual, and we put it in the virtual reality space. So what we are offering is 5 main features. The first feature, an AI system. What this offers is the ability for a student to actually gain expert knowledge. Imagine if we trained the best brain surgeon, the best cardiovascular surgeon, and brought it to your schools. Second, we have the surgical rooms and the surgery recordings lab. This allows the students to practice an array of various surgeries. So the students are able to actually practice surgeries that they might never have experienced before because of we live in Africa and there are certain surgeries that our hospitals can't actually afford for, and also allow the students to have an array of various recorded surgeries. So you have surgeries that may not be able to be watched by the students. The last 2 sessions or the last 2 features are the anatomy lab that replaces the whole cadaver system, because now the students are going to be able to practice various parts of the bodies. We're actually having cadavers that are inaccessible and expensive, and the multi-user training system that brings an expert all the way here. So the problem that is very often seen from these VR headsets is the cost of it. We are going to cover the and then we move on to Kigali Independent University and UGHE. So what we want, as I explained, what we aim to do is to give the students the access to quality education that they'll never be able to get elsewhere, because we come from low-income backgrounds. We need to step up
Your
with
time
the
is
outside
up.
world.
Your time is up. If the demo is ready, I give you 60 seconds for that, and then the judges will ask you their questions. Is the demo ready? Sure.
Okay. Yeah, so it's actually using hand tracking, so she can use her hands to pick up the things. Yeah, it's an Oculus. Okay, what can you see? Okay, just stand up. Did you? Okay, if you look, just look around. Can you see the body parts? Okay, so just pick it with your hands. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. So that's an example of the anatomy lab. So
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Aquila Studios, for that. A minute before you go, investors, do you have any question for them? If you don't have, that would be good. Okay.
All right. So you are a medical student. Okay. So are you the CEO? So okay, you have medical students in your team. All right.
How many devices do you want to start with? Where do you get the educational content from?
Educational content, and we're also working with the schools to align our headsets and our content with their syllabus.
They give you the educational content for free. Do you have to pay for it?
Okay. You have any question for them? Okay, good.
Sorry. So what stage are you right now? Like, how long have you been live? So I believe you've practicalized it with real life students. What was their feedback so far? Awesome. So, and what's your intended revenue model? That subscription model. Okay, thank you.
Jamin, you have a question for him?
Yeah, it's very, very, very impressive what you've managed to do so far. So first and foremost, congratulations. And then secondly, so the schools that are working with you, how many of them are there? And have they agreed that if you're able to build this tech successfully, that they will be future off takers? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So we'll call on the next person. Meanwhile, the judges will be giving their score for this. The judges will be giving their score for this. For this, the next person that we'll have for this is Fin Express. Fin Express. You have 2 minutes to pitch that, and 2 minutes. You have exactly 2 minutes to do that. Real quick. Fin Express. Quickly to the stage. Quickly to the stage. Okay, Fin Express, your time starts now. You have exactly 2 minutes. You can do your thing.
All right, so here in Rwanda, there is a problem with wasted fish. And the problem is because there is one freezer in the whole of the country that's freezing every fish that comes into this country. And that has caused wasted fish. Now, our solution is we are going to provide ways for frozen fish as well as live fish, which is nutritious for everyone, to be provided to retailers and customers and consumers at the end of the day. Now, the thing is, we have an aquarium. We have designed a box, an aquarium box for the frozen fish and an aquarium for live fish. Now, the aquarium for the live fish has sensors, pH sensors, temperature sensors, and basically monitoring devices which the aquaculturists can use to monitor the well-being of this fish, as well as the performance and the aquidity and everything about the fish. And for the frozen fish, we have designed one box. We have one vote, or we are currently working on a box. We have all the resources ready. Our team is working on some other things, and which I will explain. So this box has sensors that's attached to it, and if you would let me, the slides, please. There's actually a design which I need to explain. So how it's designed is there are 3 layers and the fish is inside. Now, the first layer, which is the innermost layer, is what keeps what we call the dry ice for the fish. Is what makes the frozen fish to be frozen for a long period of time. Now, the second layer, which is the, should I call it the second outermost layer, is what keeps the dry ice from going out. So it keeps it in. And then the outermost layer is what keeps heat from going out. So this makes it sustainable and feasible for us to actually transport this fish from large distances, maybe from Lake Kivu to Kigali and all these things and that kind of thing. So how are we going to make money? The whole idea of Fin Express is we are creating an app that monitors the performance and well-being of this fish. So from the sensors we have put in the fish box and in the aquarium tank, we are linking it to the website, to the app. And what this does is when a fish gets to our retailers, the customers use our app to scan a barcode. Now, what this barcode provides is every single detail about the fish that the retailer cannot give you. It tells you the carbon dating of the fish, when the fish died, when the fish, where the fish is from, where the fish is being taken to, and basically the acidity levels and pH scales of the fish, which is very, very, very informative. Now, how are we going to make money? We are making money by selling this data to government agencies who would ask us for these things and want to know more about data, about information. So our B2C model is we have one box, and for every box, we charge the fishermen that will fill this one box $1. So now, if we have 500 boxes,
The time is up. Okay, judges, you have questions for him. You can give them the mic to ask you their questions.
All right. So, if I got you correctly, you said that fishes that come into this region, most of them die, gets frozen. All right. So, right now, how do the people manage to get fishes?
so in the whole of Rwanda, there's one freezer. And if this one freezer cannot, let's say we have like 30,000 fishes that the fisherman brings. Now, and in this one freezer, it can only contain like 20,000. What they do is they store the 20,000 and then the remaining 10,000, they keep it and it's wasted. And this is really bad. So our solution is we are providing I forgot to explain something which is part of our slide. We are providing a mechanized freezer, which includes it harnesses the power of magnetic induction, kinetic energy, and all these things to actually create a freezer that, as we are transporting it from Lake Kivu to our retailers, is actually being keeping the cold and making it like fresh and all and that.
All right. So, I just wanted to understand the problem you're trying to solve and what the demand of this problem is in the market. So, I'll pass on to the
So my question is, there's one freezer at the moment. There is a lot of wastage, but are you building just one more freezer? And what is the capacity for how many freezers would actually be required?
So in a transport, our transport can contain like 500 boxes. And now in one box, you can contain like 20,000 fishes. Now, if we have 20,000 fishes in one box, 20,000 times 500, that's over 1 million fishes, which we can save from being wasted. And now, how we would earn money is that we have a monthly revenue of over $10,000 because for $1 per box, 500 boxes, and within 20 days, we can get a revenue of $10,000. Thank you.
And then just one last question. In terms of those who will be using the freezers, have you engaged with those and is there interest? Because as much as it sounds great and looks like great technology, we know that, specifically here on the continent, sometimes people don't like to move to new methods. If I'm a fisherman and I'm already experiencing a lot of wastage, can I risk trialing with you? And how expensive could that be if it doesn't work?
All right, so as regards the fishermen, we have a team that's currently reaching out to them. We haven't gotten enough yet to actually bring them into the project. But the thing is, they don't have the resources that they need to keep this fish. And what we are doing is our website, it creates a commission system which they can earn money when they sell to customers. And we get a commission of $1 for every sales that they make. So that's the thing.
Okay. You have questions for him? Okay, great. Thank you for that. We'll call on the next speech, which is from Founder Academy Guide. Founder Academy Guide. Okay, I'll move on to the next person. And the next one is Shiba Plastic. Shiba Plastic. Okay, Shiba Plastic, you have exactly 2 minutes. Your time starts now. Wishing you best of luck.
Hi guys, my name is Mamadou. I'm from Guinea. So what if I told you, imagine if you were drinking water and someone is trying to suffocate you. How will you react? Really bad, right? What if I told you that's what we are doing to our environment? And the another question is, why buy a product if it take only a moment in our mouth and a lifetime in a landfill or ocean? That's what we try to mitigate at Shiba Plastic. So basically, we've identified two problems. Companies that produces goods in plastic containers continuously producing those products which eventually end up in landfill causing huge environmental challenges. The second one is recycling companies going to landfill for their raw material. Well, there's already impact that is made. So our model is to use cutting-edge technology such as mobile application and a smart bin to mitigate plastic pollution by reducing the quantity that end up in landfill and ocean by directly collecting the waste from the user. And we reward the customers that bring those plastic bottles to us through a mobile application with tokens that they can redeem and get product in partner shops. So guys, who's ready to join us in this journey as we build a green, healthy, and future for generations to come? Thank you very much.
All right, so like I found it difficult to also understand what you're trying to do, but correct me if I'm wrong. You're building like a recycling system, right? Like a green. Just in one sentence, can you just explain again?
So what we do in one sentence is to try to build a model that will help us mitigate plastic bottles ending up into landfill, which cause huge environmental challenges by directly collecting it from the user, which is the consumer, that bring it to us and we reward that sustainable behavior.
All right. So do you provide like dust bins? That okay. So I mean, when you're pitching, try to be very clear with what you're doing. Okay.
Okay, thank you for that. Chamin, you have a question for him?
No.
Okay, thank you. So we'll be calling on another project, and this will be the final one for this pitching session. And then the judges would work together to decide who should be the winner of this grant, and also decide if maybe they want to follow up on that. And then I'll be welcoming the next very exciting panel that I'm excited about. Two panels. First is on emerging tech, and the next one will be on the role of talents in advocating digital transformation. So we have Zita from BuildWise Finance. Zita, you have seconds to get up on stage here and do your pitch. Zita, are you here? Zita from BuildWise Finance. Is she here? Okay. So just we have one more pitch here. I think that's from Elite. Okay, I called you people before. So I give you 2 minutes to do that. Outside the Rwanda Founder Academy, you have 2 minutes to do your pitch. Outside of Rwanda, and then from BuildWise Finance, you have exactly 2 minutes to do the pitches.
Hi, my name is Ryan Aprella, and from Cairo to Accra
These are your judges. These people may not give you money.
thank
See
you.
your money here.
Okay, from Cairo to Accra to Addis Ababa to Joburg, it's time that we reimagine tourism in Africa to be more inclusive and beneficial to local communities and economies. And outside in Rwanda, that's exactly what we are doing. And the problem here is that there's a lack of marketing, and ever since we could imagine, tourism in Africa has been unidimensional, like more international tourists than local tourists exploring their local neighborhoods. So what this means is that there's a high search and transaction cost, and for the tourist who wants to explore their local neighborhood, and for our second customer who is the experienced host, this means that there are limited and costly options for them to source spaces for them to host their for them to host their experiences. So what is our solution? Please go to the next slide. You can think of us as Airbnb, but Airbnb is for accommodations and experiences, and we are for outdoor spaces and experiences like museums, restaurants. And our main goal is to ensure that like we take the domestic tourists, primarily the domestic tourists, outside, you know. And what does this mean? Like this means that like there are more jobs created for like especially the youth and women, you know. And yeah, next slide, please. And what does the market look like? The total
You
attainable
have
market is
30
a
seconds
1.3
left.
million market. It's a 698.6 million market, and the market that like we can attain right now is 107.6 million market, and we are trying to reach 10% of this market by year one,
The
which
time
is
is up.
1 million.
The time is up.
I want to show
Judges,
a demo, like if I can just show the demo.
time is up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So judges, give them the mic for their questions. Let's start with Chamin.
Okay. What is your? I guess. What are you selling? And how will you make? What's your revenue model?
So what we are selling is that like you come on our platform, we have a web app where you come to make bookings for local art, culture, and design spaces and experiences. Like I mentioned, it's very similar to Airbnb, where you come on the platform to book for accommodations and experiences. But for us, you come on our platform to book for outdoor spaces, outdoor local art, culture, and design spaces and experiences. And our main goal is to like ensure that like local cultural heritage is celebrated and preserved in a manner that like brings jobs to like local communities and economies. So you come, and our business model is that we take 20% of each successful booking for like you want to go to a restaurant, you want to go to a museum with your friends. You know, you make that booking, and we take 20% of that commission, and that is just one way that like we make money because.
Yeah.
All right. So who are your competitors?
I would like to ask you this question. You know, like you come to. I would like to, like, you know, like you come to Kigali or Lagos or London. You know, first of all, like how do you, if you want to go out with your friends, you know, how do you make that booking? What's your first option? You know, most of our customers, like they tell us that like when we were doing our market research, they tell us that like the first option is word
I'm
of
sure
mouth.
the question that you were
know.
asked is who are your competitors?
Competitors, word of mouth. Like we have international players in the markets like Airbnb, Eventbrite. But the problem with this is that like they do not understand the local context. And for those
Okay.
who understand the
Chamin
local
has a
context,
question for you on that.
Please, it's better for you to be as short as possible. You have to always remember investors are looking at a lot of pictures. So when we ask you a question, just answer it, yeah? The question I have is, have you spoke to your customers and who is going to pay this 20%? Will it be the customer or will it be the end user or will it be the client, the restaurant, the experience, etc.?
we have two customers. One is the person who is going to pay is the listing host, the restaurants. Like when someone makes a booking, we take 20% of that commission. Yeah, it is. But we have traction. Like we've tested out our products, and we have $1,300 in traction, and we launched last year. And this was just to like validate the market and build for what the users want. And from what they want, yeah, like we know that we can take 20% commission from
Thank you for
successful
that.
booking.
Yeah.
Like whenever I travel, like for example, yeah, we just do a simple Google search for places you want to hang out, and you already have a solution for that. That's already a solution. So do you think what you have now, I would want to pay 20% extra for what I can actually get for free on Google?
can't actually get it for 100% free on Google because there's no transaction. Like you can't pay through Google. You can just search and it recommends. And you would want to come on our platform because like it's totally Pan-African. It's a place where you come on board. Like if you're a restaurant or a museum, you come on board to list your you come on board to like ensure that like you list your rich cultural heritage of the country. Like if you're in Rwanda, like our main goal is to like ensure that like we are highlighting local art, culture, and design spaces and experiences.
Okay.
So yeah.
Thank you for that. We'll move on to the next contestant. The judges would put their record for that. So we have two more, and then we'll be done with this. And these two more, you have exactly 2 minutes. I'll cut you off if I have to. Let's have Agro Elite Group. Hello, Agro Elite Group. You have exactly 2 minutes to sell yourself to these investors.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Germaine Akeza. I'm founder of Agro Elite Group. Did you know that 44% of farmers are poisoned by agrochemicals? And most of them, they don't know more about education with a withdrawal period in agriculture. Agro Elite Group comes as a solution with a focus on organic pesticide production that will avoid the poisonous, but with a focus on digital platform that will educate farmers about good agriculture practices. We are going to do this by having a website where we shall train farmers how to use this organic pesticide in their farms, and with that they will be able to purchase our organic pesticide with a good, well-trained about how the chemicals are used in their farms. And business model is that 1 liter will be, the cost of production of 1 liter will be only $6. That will be sold on $8 if found on a platform. And if you are a member of our, if you have joined our platform, or you've got a training through maybe field agriculture field extension service. So we shall be making the profit margin of $2 per liter. And imagine if we can sell up around 1,000 liters, that will be close to 2,000.
The time is up. Thank you.
2,000.
Okay, judges, I think she has something interesting. Give them the mic for their questions.
Okay, so the first question is, how much are the existing products that you're competing with? So the poisonous ones, even though they are poisonous, price is a huge factor. Specifically for farmers, a lot of them are trapped into the cycle of using those poisonous chemicals. Are you cheaper than them?
Yes, our uniqueness is just we accompany the product with extension service. That's agriculture extension service, education service. Well, it's not that cheap because agrochemicals, yes, it's cheap because most of them are imported. No, it's not that cheap, but if you compare those services,
Okay, I think you've answered the question. Any other person for that, or you're good? All right. Thank you, Agro Elite Group. We'll have the last person, Build Wise Finance, and you have exactly 2 minutes to sell yourself. Exactly 2 minutes, and your time starts now.
All right, thank you. So my name is Ifunaya Ezewubel. I'm a founder or co-founder and CFO of BuildWise. So it's more like bringing into construction technology into life, right? And it's going to solve, there are problems with people that build houses, especially in supply management and sales building materials, right? In Nigeria mostly, I'll use it as a case study where builders are not aware. They are mostly sending their contractors in the market to go and get them stuff, like the things they will need, because they are not aware or they don't know the material, the quality, the prices. So now the platform is going to help you to sit at your home and check all those things, get information regarding those materials you're going to use, and then place an order. So the platform will help you link to suppliers and retailers and middlemen that could help you supply to your site, confirming the quality you ordered for, because there will be layers of different qualities where you will see prices that differentiate it, right? And the second or added value to the product is also like educational part of it, where you would be able to access a building. Like you see every material in the building, what it will cost you and what it will take you, and people, number of people needed or required to do the work. So
Okay, thank you, judges.
Definitely an amazing concept, especially in Nigeria, where most of us are familiar. Poor building supplies can cause a lot of trouble, right? But also across the continent, buying and building on land personally can be a nightmare. Especially, people will tell you prices. People sometimes you'll ask for a color and you'll get blue, and it's like, I thought it was better, madam. Anyway, so it's good to be able to have that tracker system. Um, the one question I do have is the legal implications, because obviously if you are qualifying the products or services that are coming through your site, in the eventuality that there is somewhere in the supply chain a problem, how will that impact you?
okay, so if there is maybe a legal problem, of course, we'll have a legal team that would, help us get with the analysis of how we're going to handle such kind of situations, right? We'll have to maybe send feedback to the customer or the builders that needed the material, giving him or she an update of what's happening currently. So keeping, the person's mind at rest. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, okay.
Sorry, just to follow on the question. Do you require a license to be able to offer this service?
Sorry?
Do you require a license? A license to be able to offer this service?
Okay, yes, of course, I would require a license. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, so how I make money, there are different sections of how you make money. There are suppliers account plan, where you can maybe, if you want to be a premium, because we're going to list different, actually we are going to enter into the market and get different middlemen together. Suppliers also, like Dangote, BUA, you try to get contacts with them, get your proposal submitted to them and your idea, then list them on your company for the customers or the buyers to see, right? Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. That will be the end for there. And we have two more. Any other person, there is no space for you. Your names ought to have been completely there. Let's have Fayin from Space Events. Fayin from Space Events, and then we'll take Akira 1, and we'll be done with the startup pitch contest. The mic, please. Fayin, you have exactly 2 minutes. Your time starts now.
Hello, everyone. My name is Finn. I'm the co-founder of SpaceVent. So here at SpaceVent, we are building a decentralized event management platform to allow anybody from anywhere to attend events, create events, and also pay for tickets using crypto. So the problems we're solving is, first is, if you attend event, you kind of lack rewards, right? So you attend the event and you don't get rewards for attending the event. That's one. Number two is you don't even track your event. That's two. And the third one is there's no way to pay for to pay with crypto, while attending events. So the solution now is you get rewards while you attend events. The second solution is you get your tickets in NFTs, right? That could also give you access to future events like this kind of event. Then the last one is you can pay with crypto and it's decentralized, so you don't need to expose your identity to use the platform. All is done in a decentralized way. So yeah, that's what we're doing. Thank you.
Okay, questions, judges. You have questions for Fayin.
All right, what stage are you in the product?
MVP is live. So if you go to www.spacevent.xyz, we've hosted 3 events and we've sold about 200 plus tickets. Yeah, so that's it. What's the revenue model? So our revenue model is we partner with top event organizers like Blockchain Vibes. So we charge 3% per every ticket that is bought from the platform.
All right, so how do you intend to compete against Eventbrite and the likes of it?
So the main thing that is making us unique is to use the platform is very seamless. You don't need to create an email address or anything. All you have to do is just connect your Dex wallet and then you use the platform. That's all you need to do. So you don't need your email address or
Thank you.
anything, and then you can also pay
Chairman,
with crypto.
you have a question? Jeff? Okay, good. Okay, so take the last person. Akira 1, you have exactly 2 minutes to do this, and then the judges will have to go and deliberate on who deserves to be the winner for this session. So judges, please take your time. We've had amazing projects, but then we can only have one winner.
Thank you so much. Firstly, I'd like to apologize because I was having a discussion with one of the panelists earlier. Hi. I would
I
start.
say it again, these are the people that can give you money.
Yeah, definitely.
Others
But
can
I
give
would
you
like
money
to do
too,
like
but-
a survey first so you guys can see. By show of hands, if you play video games regularly, just raise up your hands. Or any kind of game. Okay, good. No, please just keep your hands up. if you know how to build those games, raise up your hands. Okay. Okay. If you are interested or curious to know how these games are being built, raise up your hand. Thank you. These are my audience. These are my customers. So let me give you a bit of backstory of how Aquila Studios came about. Sometime in 2021, I don't know why I just said that. 2021, I'm nervous. Our founder Aquila, who is a game developer himself, he came to Rwanda and he was trying to find places to learn how to build games, but there was no market for it. He couldn't find places to get these courses at an accessible rate. And he felt, okay, let me fund myself and build something by myself. And that's how Aquila Studios came about. What we do at Aquila Studios is we're building the next generation of game developers through education and skills development. So what we do is we host boot camps. We have a curriculum that we run. It's a 12-month program. We onboard students, we build a community, we train them, and I am the marketing and comms person for Aquila Studios. But one thing I know is for the programs, how they code, we teach them using C++ and
You have 30 seconds left.
because it is much easier and beginner friendly. Yeah, I think that's about
Okay,
what you
thank
should
you.
know. Thank
Judges?
Thank you. So you said that the people who raised their hands were your customers. Have you engaged with them beyond that survey? This is something that we often find when looking at product market fit, is trying to see the transition between intrigue, I would like to learn, and then I'm going to learn. And then even further than that, I'm going to pay to learn. Okay, so in establishing your customers, it's important to be able to find the bridge in that. How many customers do you have currently?
Okay, thank you very much. Currently, we have onboarded 2 schools. We have Rivera School. So we usually go there for sessions to teach their students. There are about 100 students in Rivera. And I'm not exactly sure about the other school. I'll check on that and get back to you. But I'm sure about Rivera.
But the school is your customer as opposed to the students, right?
Well, yeah, you can say that.
Okay, so you have one school. And if you spoke to the students themselves, would they be, is it a B2B
Willing.
model or is it a B2C model, basically?
Yeah, from our interactions with the student the last time and subsequent times that we've been there, the level of interest, and because initially Rivera didn't want to onboard us, if I'm being honest, because they didn't see the use of it, and that's why we are here, because the gaming industry in Rwanda is abysmally low. Rivera didn't see a need for students learning how to game or build games. But when we had the first demo session with the students were very eager. They were like, oh, teacher, when are these people coming back? Oh, when are they? They were disturbing the teachers for us to come back. And that's how we're able to, get the partnership with the
All
school.
right, thank you. All good? Anyone? Okay. All right, guys, we've come to the end of this amazing pitch session. The judges will now take a front seat, deliberate on everyone, and then come out with one winner, which we'll be announcing. Thank you, judges. Thank you for making our time to be here. We appreciated your session, from the investment down to judging them. God bless you. All right, moving on to the next panel. This is a fire panel. This is a fire panel, and I'm going to be calling everyone who is going to be doing this panel We have the moderator, we have the other panelists all the way from everywhere that are going to make this panel super interesting. So first of all, we have the moderator, who is Tekena Prince-Will, the CEO of Rocket Media, and he's going to be moderating this panel. And I'm going to be calling on each of the speakers right now for this panel session. We have all the way from Kenya, Yvonne Kagundu. Yvonne Kagundu is a Web3 specialist, and she has been a leading voice of Web3 in Kenya. And we're excited to have Yvonne on this panel. Welcome to this panel, Yvonne Kagundu. And then next on this panel, all the way from Uganda, we have Engineer David Lomala. And Engineer David is a Web3 developer, and he has successfully built a lot of Web3 projects. And we're excited to also have him on this panel. And then we also have the CEO of Manila Technologies and the co-founder of Sinvas. And he's also going to be joining us as well on this panel, Mr. Rutherford Atayobo. And then moving on to the next one, we also have the founder of Mitro Plus Labs, Mr. Ivabi Festo. And alongside with him, we also have the co-founder of Mitro Plus Labs, Mr. Paul Eziafulukwe. And finally on this panel, we have Justin Olisa as well on this panel. So, welcome, amazing gentlemen. So, we have this amazing panelists, and this is a full house. These are some of the biggest names in the Web3 and blockchain, and we're super excited to have them on this panel. They'll be talking about the role of emerging technologies in advancing digital transformation in East Africa. Mr. TK Prince-Will, over to you for the moderation. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Hi, everyone. I'm TK Prince-Will, digital nomad, tech writer, angel investor, and the CEO of Rocket Media. And it's really amazing to be here today with some really amazing people in the Web3 and emerging technology space. This panel is focused on the role of emerging technologies in advancing digital transformation. I'm going to start with Redford. Could you give us a brief introduction, of your professional background and your work, in emerging technologies?
My name is actually Rutherford, but you can call me Redford. That's my nickname. So I have been in multiple industries before Web 2 and Web 3. However, I'm not sure I should talk about the other industries, so let me just talk about Web 2 and Web 3. So my earliest days in Web 2, we basically formed a tech cohort where we bring young developers together, and we formed a think tank. We come up with ideas, and we try to get the techies to build what the think tank comes up with. At a time when in Nigeria the waste management was becoming a huge business, I think we were the first to build a waste management on-demand app, both in Lagos and in Port Harcourt. We've also tried our hands in free classified portals also that we ran for quite some time before we retired them. Then I switched over to Web3, which I found very interesting. It is the space where basically anybody can become somebody, and I term the space a leveler space because you have access to so many opportunities. And if you have to build things, if you're somebody who thinks a whole lot and you have so much ideas that you want to bring to life, in Web3, it is so easy. And that is why I'm a huge advocate and a huge evangelist of Web3. I don't want to use the word crypto here, so we don't confuse Web3 technology for cryptocurrency trading. So in Web3, we've done quite a lot of things. During the metaverse hype about 3 years ago, we were among the first people to build a metaverse, a functional metaverse. Although a lot of people jumped into the space to build that, but not many of them were able to push fast. We pushed. We basically built GTA on the blockchain, and the community termed it or tagged it GTA on the blockchain, and that is what Synverse, is all about. But before Synverse, we've also built a sports prediction application that will launch on the blockchain also, and my third project on the blockchain would be Manila Finance.
Thank you very much. We're still in introduction, so please, very briefly, we're going to move to Engineer David Lumala. I understand you're a principal blockchain software architect, but just briefly tell us, some of the, your professional background, some of the work you've done in emerging tech.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. David Lumala is my name. I'm a software engineer by profession. Unlike my colleague, the speaker who came before me, I come from a very technical kind of background. I trained as a software engineer in school. So in 2019, I took a very active interest in knowing more about blockchain and particularly the world of Web3 where we can build centralized applications. So from then, I became an advocate, initially with local companies, but they didn't have they didn't bear a clean picture of what Web3 was actually back then. So I took it as my personal responsibility to move around the nation, speaking to people who understand technology, at least by the basic level, by universal level, telling more or advocating for developers to cross or to transition into Web3 development, and from then I've not turned back. So on a personal level, I've worked in several roles with major ecosystems. Of late, I'm a Polygon developer advocate. I work as a smart contract auditor at Omnisia.io. It is an auditing firm, Open Zeppelin style and Quill audit standard. So it is from that background that I, organize events similar to this, though not so much as, big, but similar, with a common motive of bringing together people who are in the industry, people who bear an active interest in what blockchains have to offer, and furthermore, to educate those who are not yet interested to pick interest, and then, because ultimately they have to be impacted by the industry. So, I own 2 startups, co-founded the Block Bunch in Uganda, then also Dafro Labs, where we totally depend or focus our energies on using the next generation of blockchains like Cardano, and then train people to start thinking along that line. So in short, David Lumala is my name, and I'm a blockchain software architect and engineer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. We're going to move up next to the queen of blockchain in Kenya, Yvonne Kagondu. Hi, Yvonne.
Hi. I always add self-proclaimed queen of blockchain in Kenya. Yeah, I'm Yvonne Kagondu. I have been in blockchain for a number of years. I'm also a co-founder of a Web3 hub in Kenya. And I also founded Kenya Blockchain Ladies DAO, which similar to my panel here. Usually, most of the time, I'm usually the only female in the panel or the room sometimes. So I try to champion Kenyan women participation in blockchain. Yeah, I'm happy to be here, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me.
Yes, thank you. My name is Ivaibi Festo. I am a professional cryptocurrency trader. I started cryptocurrency trading since 2013. I first invested in Bitcoin in 2009. I started my way up to cryptocurrency trading in 2013. And I have been inspiring a lot of younger traders and blockchain enthusiasts into the space for quite a long time. We've founded several number of companies, but right now I'm here for Mitro Plus Labs. Mitro Plus Labs is a young Pan-African company that is aimed at creating blockchain awareness throughout Africa using channels that are going to be transparent, entertaining, and educative. We have several projects as Mitro Plus Labs. We are undertaking online classes all over Africa. Mitro Plus Labs is for Africa. We are undertaking our online academy all over Africa, and so far we have 800 students, which many of them are from Uganda. We have 143 students from Nigeria. We have about 57 from Ghana. We have some from Lesotho and Rwanda, Burundi, Kenya. So we have started with, we are about 4 weeks old only, and we have started with our online classes. Next, we shall go to our blockchain literacy centers. The blockchain literacy centers are physical centers. We realize that we need to take blockchain to people. These are physical centers we are going to set up in different cities. And these are not only going to teach cryptocurrencies, because what we've realized is that cryptocurrencies and blockchain cannot be separated. And many people we have created there's a stigma around cryptocurrency trading all over Africa because of the populating network marketing companies. And us people that do genuine cryptocurrencies are seated somewhere in our homes doing the needful, reading the financial indicators so that you can be able to profit out of the trade. And the biggest knowledge that people get out of cryptocurrencies is the MLM companies that go to them because they need to market so that someone can invite someone and then someone so that they can earn commission. So we have realized a need that there is a need to guide the trajectory of our industry, not only in fintech, but also all the other user cases. Like we have one we have mentored through agriculture, through digital identity, and several others. You're going to find them on our YouTube channel. So we've realized that need to guide the trajectory of our industry, blockchain, metaverse, artificial intelligence, and limit the abuse of this technology and secure the most broadly beneficial outcomes, especially here in Africa. If Africa is to take a good place in this fourth industrial revolution, we are going to start with education. So these blockchain literacy centers are going to be situated in different cities and also rural areas, and we're going to also be doing the translation of the blockchain technology into our local languages all over Africa in each countries, funded by Mitro Plus Labs. And then we're also going to do what we call a market mania. A market mania is something that is going to be inspiring traders. And these traders are going to be competing for up to $100,000 in trades, and this is going to be transparent, aired on our TV channel that we are licensing, and also on our social media handles. It's all going to be transparent. We are interested in this because we want people to be entertained and at the same time learn what we do as digital currency traders, as digital assets traders, as blockchain enthusiasts, as blockchain developers, and also as industries, as people that are enthusiasts in the metaverse. We also have several other projects. We have the Market Mania I mentioned. We have the Gorilla Hub. The Gorilla Hub is going to be funding fintechs. We have created a pool of up to $1 million in capital to listen to pitches like how they have been here, but these are going to be longer, and we're going to mentor these businesses up to they get to pitch to several people and also several gorillas like Mitro Plus Labs and other people, and we're going to be televising these things. So for up to $1 million for a percentage stake in their company, that is the Gorilla Hub. Then we have the Gorilla Hunt, and we have the regulatory aid. Being a successful cryptocurrency trader in East Africa, I realized that the more you get more successful in cryptocurrencies is the more you are branded a money launderer. And yeah, just if you give me 30 seconds. So here, with this regulatory aid, we are going to be able to work with the regulators. Myself, I've been in several meetings with regulators about how they can regulate our space, blockchain, cryptocurrencies, metaverse, and artificial intelligence. So we will be working closely with these regulators so that we can be able to limit the abuse of the technology again, and secure the most broadly beneficial outcomes. And lastly, the media and publications. You've heard about the TV channel that we are licensing, and all our activities are going to be transparent onto these TV channels and widely viewed all through the rural areas of Africa and the urban areas of Africa. That is it for Mitro Plus Labs. Me and my partner Paul have funded up to $4 million for the ignition of this business, and this is why we have now started moving countries and indulging in many conferences like this, so that we can be able to create awareness and limit the abuse of our business, of our industry, and secure a position for Africa in the fourth industrial revolution. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Paul Ezaflukwe. I'm from Nigeria. I'm the ex-president of Stakeholders in Blockchain Association of Nigeria. I'm an ex-OKEX African team lead, ex-BitGet team lead, currently the chief business officer of CoinShare. CoinShare is there. And also co-founder of Mitro Plus Labs. So great to be in your midst. Thank you.
I'm Justin Olisa. I'm the CEO at Procasa. So I'm more of a real estate, a kind of real estate guy. So what we're trying to do in blockchain and real estate. So blockchain is a vast space, and real estate has a lot to offer too. So we're trying to solve some problems in real estate using the blockchain. So at Procasa, what we do at Procasa, we are more like the Uber of real estate. So we're trying to, you can get listings in real estate by just logging into our apps. Like the way you order an Uber and you need to go somewhere, you can just log into our app. You need an Airbnb, you need to buy a house or land, you can just see available spaces around you, wherever you are in the world. So that's what we're currently doing at Procasa. I also have deep neck relationships with liquidity providers for crypto and crypto on-ramp and off-ramp and fiat also. We're doing a lot of things. I'm currently the executive and executive manager at MTSL. So it's also a real estate company, and we trade Forex. So we have this trade program where we use money realized from Forex to build real estate and like build a broker connection that can grow a real estate network. So thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. So this is a really interesting panel. We have the blockchain industry heavily represented. So we're just going to go straight into it. The panel is about the role of emerging tech, in the transformation of digital technologies. And I'm going to start with the first question. So the flow is, when I ask the question, you pass the mic, and then everybody gets, their thoughts out. But really quickly, please, really briefly. I'm going to start with Rutherford. What does digital transformation mean to you?
It means a whole lot to me. If it does not mean much to me, I wouldn't be in this space. However, I really think that Africa can really do much more than we are doing now in digital transformation. Yeah, we are already doing a whole lot. And like we've seen from the pitch contest, we have a lot of young ones who are jumping into the space to participate in digital transformation, and that is laudable. There are not many places on earth where you will see what happened here today happening. And this is just Rwanda. There are so many places. If you go to Kenya, so many young talent out there trying to build things. Go to Nigeria, what you will see is amazing. And there are some of us who believe that Africa one day will take the lead in digital transformation. And yes, even though we are not making so much noise about it, or even though Africa is not making so much noise about it, we will take the lead, or they are already taking the lead, because even the Fortune 500 companies that are into tech, if you check very well, you will find out that somehow the people who are actually getting their debt underneath their fingers doing the job, most of them are Africans. Yeah, but we don't, push so much PROs, about these people. Um, take what we are doing at Manila Finance, for instance. I know, yes, there are so many firms or so many blockchain firms that have built similar products. But I think this will be the first time where we are going to have an Omni app or a super app where anybody can pay for almost every service that they want to pay for using cryptocurrency. A lot of the apps that have been built, some of them you have to use your native tokens to pay. But this is the first time where you have three chains, Solana, BSC, as well as Ethereum, loaded with tokens, and you have multiple tokens to choose from to pay on the platform. So is it an event you want to attend? You just go to the platform and you pay. Or you run out of units on your electricity, you simply pay on the app. And so many other things like booking flights, booking hotels, all in one application without having to change the cryptocurrency that you have to fiat before you have to pay for these services. Now, the beautiful thing is on the Africa continent as we speak, I think we have over 40 million, I'm not too sure, over 40 million people holding cryptocurrency or even using them in one way or another. If we have this much people on the African continent using cryptocurrency holding cryptocurrency, then why can't these people pay for services using the tokens that they have in their wallets? What do they do with the tokens? Now, the people who led the industry at the initial stages basically didn't build solutions or use cases for the tokens they were launching. As we sit here today, probably over 50 cryptocurrencies have been launched with no use case. Probably 50% of them, or even up to 90% of them, will be scam projects. But for the first time, we are building a solution that gives that crypto that you have a good use case so that you are able to pay all your bills using cryptocurrency. But even what we are building now, consider it as scratching the surface of what blockchain technology can do. Why can't we deploy blockchain technology for elections? The blockchain is immutable, meaning whatever you launch on a blockchain, you cannot change it. The best tech on earth will not change anything you launch on a blockchain. So if we use a blockchain, we deploy it for electoral events. What will basically happen is if you vote A stands as voted. It means you voted A. Nobody can change it. Results cannot be manipulated. Why have we not deployed it in healthcare? So there is so much industries or sectors that blockchain can. I'm talking much about blockchain because that is the sector I'm operating in. So much more that blockchain can be deployed in. Services that can be deployed on the blockchain that we have not even touched, that we have not even considered. So I really think that Manila Finance is not going to be our last application. Perhaps maybe we'll be the first ones to build a solution so that the next time we go to the polls in places like Nigeria or other places where electoral malpractice is a thing, we are deploying blockchain to ensure that fraud does not happen in our electoral systems.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. So we're just going to switch up the flow. We're going to go over to Justin. Real quickly, what does digital transformation mean to you?
Okay, for when you want to make a call, when you want to send a message, you just pick up your phone and send a message to someone else, to you, on WhatsApp. We have that for messages. We have that for different other industries, but we don't seem to have it for finance, right? So I feel like crypto, Bitcoin, digital innovation, like this is what crypto is bringing to the table, where you can, from the comfort of your bed, not limited by time, working hours, and you can literally do a transaction and send money to any part of the world. So no bank is limiting you. No one is asking you why you are sending money across. So I feel digital transformation is really paving the way. But there's something I would like to talk more about. Like optimism about a new technology always exceeds the potential of that technology every time. With railroads in the early 90s, when railroads came in, railroads were like the technology that moved America from like an agrarian society to like a more like an industrial world class nation, right? And when railroads came into place, what is the possibility that 99% of people who invested in railroads at the time actually made back their money? I think we need to understand that there's a difference between a technology that is going to change the world and actually making investments that will pay off on that technology. Most people say, of course, we see the news every day. We see new projects coming in and going, imploding and exploding. And most people view it as a problem with the industry. These digital things you guys are doing, like, let's just chill and do what we're doing now. But the truth is that this is the power cost of the action. Like, not everybody, crypto projects are going to, we might probably be involved with a market that is 99% going to zero. But that 1% is what's going to change the world. That 1% will shake the world. And yeah, that 1% is going to shake the world. And I feel like digital transformation is always going to pave way. Crypto is going to be what crypto is, but we shouldn't necessarily write it off as a problem with the industry. We should understand that it's a par course for the action, and there are always going to be ups and downs. Like we saw what happened with FTS last year. It seemed like it was not possible. Like no one thought that that could happen. But what are the odds that in the late 90s, that every company that jumped into the internet and invested in the internet actually made back their money? Like everybody went into the internet, the dot-com era and everything. And what are the odds that all the investors who invested into the internet made money? Now, the internet changed the world, but a lot of people still lost money in their investment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Justin, for your impactful view there. We're going to ask one more person and then move on to the next question. We're going to give the mics to the lady in the house. Yvonne, what does digital transformation mean to you?
Well, I imagine that digital transformation for the current times we're living in is incorporation of digital tools to improve the way we are doing things. For example, based on the topic, we are talking about emerging technologies in digital transformation. So, emerging technologies, of course, our panelists here, we're blockchain guys, machine learning, AI, and the like. So, for example, what we do in Kenya, we used to have the challenge of sending money home. One of the panelists was talking about M-Pesa. And now we can send money through our mobile phones. When we talk about blockchain or cryptocurrencies, how we can send and remit money to all over the world using blockchain technology. So I understand it as incorporating digital tools that help us do our businesses better, more efficiently. Yeah, that's what it means to me.
Thank you very much. Really interesting take. So we're going to move, into the next question. Like Yvonne said, she talked about emerging technologies, and without emerging technologies, I believe there's no digital transformation. But how exactly, what role does emerging tech play in the digital transformation space? I'm going to hear from Paul, and we'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
Thank you. First things, we really need to see technology for what it is. Technology is an enabler. It's a very strong enabler across different ecosystems, and I think that's one thing that I want Africans to see it as. Not just because most times we tend to jump on the bandwagon lately. So technology is an enabler. How? Technology, number one, it helps us to scale faster. It helps us to improve in our quality of life. It also helps us to take away poverty and increase prosperity across the continent. Now, if we understand this, whenever technology comes, the easiest thing to do and what we need to do is how can we use that technology to transform the lives of our people? How do we create value? And anytime, I've always known that anytime we create value across board, everything changes. Both the people you're creating value for and yourself that is creating the value. So, in line with how, sorry, I was actually thinking of the first question when you gave me the mic. But the way I see technology is, I see tech as a very strong force for transformation, for very strong force for change, positive change in the society. And like I think the first guy who's sitting here, there was something he said. He said, right now across the world, maybe about 50 tokens are being created, if I remember, sir. You said something like that. Now, 50 cryptocurrencies are being minted. Now, the reason why those guys are doing that is that their society actually does not need this enabler that we have. But we need this in Africa. I always tell people that blockchain is for Africa. The reason is that we do not have legacy systems that work. Many of our legacy systems are not working. So I love the fact that we had a lot of pitches today. A lot of them are blockchain-enabled pitches. That's the future. How do we keep building projects, keep building the ecosystem to transform our lives in Africa? That should be the question on everybody's mind. As we go, what do we do? As you're seeing a problem in our society, what solution can change this problem to become an enterprise? I think that's how I see technology, and that's one of the ways I see us transiting to becoming a better people, to becoming a more prosperous African nations. There's something I noticed in Africa. It's very difficult to even move from your country to the next country. Very difficult. Most times you have to go back to the country of origin. Those were things that the Arabs and some other nations brought just to help their economy. But if we have to build a united Africa, we also need to look at ways of moving goods and services, and of course, moving people from one African nation to another without much ado. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you please pass the mic this way? Yeah, I'd like to hear your thoughts on the role emerging technologies are playing in the future of digital transformation.
All right, so the line we bear today is of a blockchain background. So I'm going to marry my kind of approach to what I see. I'm going to marry what I see to what blockchains offer. So I come from an agricultural kind of background. My father is a farmer, a retired teacher, but now a farmer. Personally, I've taken active interest in farming, and I bear this other face of the technologist as well. So people approach, or people see or think blockchains as a form of emerging tech is limited to finance. Yes, what first meets the eye is the world of finance, but we are not restricted, we are not limited to only finance. We do not, take a coffee farmer for example, we do not get the actual value of how things move in that value chain from my father as a farmer to the end point where the person to where the final dealer sells the product into the the roasted beans and things like that. So I ask myself as a technologist, how do I put my knowledge or my craft into practice in such an industry? That is just a point in agriculture. Someone coming from the health background could ask the same kind of questions. Someone coming from esports and entertainment, so there is a whole wide array of diverse opportunities that we can take the blockchain technology to do that digital transformation. Then the bit of transformation is someone talked about M-Pesa, mobile money, initially in the discussions. So there was a point we could risk. We thought it was a risk to release money to a stranger and then they send it over mobile money or over M-Pesa. But as time went by, we realized that actually it could be safer instead of me moving 80 miles to the local to my village to take the money. Instead, take it to an M-Pesa or mobile money agent, then use my mobile money line to deliver the money in that to the other person. So over time, we came to believe, to transform our minds and think and kind of mindset to think that actually it is way better, because now there was a digital enabler in between of telecom companies taking in money and then delivering or sending it to the other parties as well. So in the same realm, in the same kind of with the same approach, we can still take on this technology as blockchain, think of the wider aspects and implications it has on each and every industry, then try to build that transformation bit. Let us adopt new thoughts, drag it into our respective industries for the better because of its capabilities and advantages and merits it provides.
Very, very interesting take. That's really wonderful. So for the sake of time, we're going to, maybe ask 2 more questions before we round up the session. And the next question, as the founder of a content marketing company that's focused for emerging technologies, I want to hear, Rutherford's perspective on what he thinks the role content plays for emerging technologies and digital transformation.
So content has done a whole lot in trying to get the word out there about what builders or developers are building. You cannot, I am not sure that we will probably have gotten to where we are today if not for content development or content developers or those who push content. Look at what we are doing today. TechPoint is here. And there are so many other media houses that are here with us to get the word out, because not everybody will be able to make it here. Similar to how the people who build will not come out to keep announcing on the street what they are building, but with content creators or content developers on the side, while they build in silence and focus on building, these other guys who are the content guys try to get the word out. So where we are today, I think if I take a detour to Web3 again, I think it is content that has basically gotten us to where we are today. Like I said earlier, over 40 million people in Africa either hold a cryptocurrency or they are trading cryptocurrency. How is it that these large number of persons are able to jump into the industry? It is all about the people who get the message out there, the content creators, the content developers. And we still, have so many persons who are still in doubt, who have not really, come out of the shell to, want to come to the industry to see what is happening in the Web3 industry. It is still content that will bring them here. We have the likes of BlackRock, who has been, inimical. The actions have been inimical to the progress of Web3 for so many years. But today, look at what they are trying to do. They have fully embraced crypto, even filing for ETF in the United States. So many other firms will do the same thing. Big firms will do. Banks will jump in much later. And it is not those of us who are developers or those of us who are techpreneurs that will, carry the message to these guys and try to, bring them in. It is what they see mostly from the media that, will bring them in. Media can do a whole lot. With the media, you can start wars. With media, you can even end wars. It can quell violence or instigate even violence. So when deployed effectively, when used judiciously, media can actually push digital transformation to where we want it to go.
That was really wonderful. So we are going to pass the mic to Iviabi, and to get your thoughts on what you think content marketing does for the digital transformation and emerging technologies.
Well, content marketing and content creation has done so much about with digital transformation, because most of these digital technologies like artificial intelligence, like robotics, like blockchain, things that have come to disrupt the world, and they are things that people know little about, and some of us have not gone to school for those things. But because of this content creations on medias and also social medias, we get to learn and we get to access a lot of knowledge from a lot of knowledge about these new innovations that are going to disrupt the world and also transform the world to a better place through the industry of content creation. Thank you.
That was really wonderful. We could pass the mic to Yvonne, and we're going to ask another question. We understand that as Africans, from the African perspective, there's skills gap, there's knowledge gaps, and when it comes to emerging technologies and trying to push the paradigm forward for digital transformation, what do you think could be one of the solutions for Africa to solve this gap problem?
Well, I think conversations like this help a lot. And I'm seeing a lot of growth in the industry. When I started blockchain 5, 6 years ago, we had a huge talent gap. Like the question was, Africans are becoming more of, at that time, we were more consumers of blockchain products than producers. And we started having conversations. How can we get more developers from Africans? How can we get more talent in Africa to build on blockchain ecosystems? And right now I'm seeing a lot of products, even considering the partners that have been listed here, even Manila Finance here and all the other panelists here. I'm seeing a lot of engagement regarding this. And going back to the previous question, because I was also thinking about it, content creation, when we talk about Web3 is basically what we call the emerging technologies. I believe Web2 had a lot to do with content creation because that was the phase of the Facebooks, the Twitters, and basically breaking the barriers of communication. When we talk about emerging technologies, which barriers are they breaking? Because when we talk about blockchain is Web3. We think about it's building on top of Web2, right? Because in as much as we had the content and the communication in Web2, we come to Web3 where we have machine learning, we have blockchain technology, and it's as we go more and more into the world of the internet, we don't know what Web4 or Web5 will be, but there are borders that we're breaking and there are barriers we're breaking. In the finance industry, I believe blockchain broke the barriers and the borders of finance. Like, I can send Bitcoin to anyone in this room equal with the exact same amount of time that I would need to send Bitcoins or USDT or use my Binance Pay to someone in India. So money is being transferred in real time, faster, more efficiently, and in numbers that we can all understand. Everyone who understands cryptocurrencies, we speak the same language when it comes to numbers. So as Africans, we have now access to global markets. We now have access to speaking the global language. Barriers of communication have been broken, but we're not yet there. We still had our own limitations when the internet came into place. We're not yet at the strong point that we need to be to compete in an international level. But we are growing, we are getting there. And Web3 and emerging technologies are creating an opportunities for us to learn, and they're leveling up the playing ground for everyone. Africans have an equal opportunity as everyone else in the world to participate in a global context by building on the blockchain, building on internet protocols. Yeah, that's my point.
That's a wonderful take. If you could just follow up with that with Justin. So we understand, from an African perspective, we're a growing continent, and there's a lot of knowledge gaps, there's a lot of skill gaps. In the context of digital transformation and emerging technologies, how do you see us solving some of those problems?
Yesterday, I was in Nairobi. I was speaking at this same conference. And when I went on stage, I was speaking on the psychology of crypto. When I went on stage, the person who spoke before me, he was like good. He laid out his points. But I needed to understand that my audience, I wanted to know if they even going to understand what I'm going to speak on, right? So I asked them, how many of you here have owned Bitcoin? Like, do you have Bitcoin? Like, have you ever bought Bitcoin? Do you understand how Bitcoin works? It was a hall that was filled with people, and only 3 people. Like, and I didn't know what to talk about anymore, because if only 3 people in the hall know have ever had Bitcoin, what am I telling them about the psychology of crypto? So I feel like Africans, I think we should understand that nobody is crazy. We should understand that uh, the place you were born and how you view your investments and how you use money is obviously a dumb block of where you were born, when you were born. In the 1700s, if you told our fathers then that they should keep their money in the bank, they wouldn't, because they fancied holding cash, right? In the 1800s to early 90s, they preferred keeping their money in the banks. Now we are doing Bitcoin, and everybody has a perspective of how they view investments and money. But as Africans, I think we should be more open-minded, and we should understand that the world is changing, and the world will always keep changing. So we shouldn't necessarily be judgmental about how other people are choosing to invest their money, or what other people are doing, because it seems like I was telling them yesterday, I told them that how can we say that Africa is going to lead the next world economy? How can we say that Africa is going to be the giant of the whole world, and you don't even know what is going on now? Like, you could literally lose a business opportunity because these people wanted to pay in crypto, and you're like, oh, our business, we don't accept that, because you don't even want to know what it is. So I'll base my point on, if we are open-minded, these things are dead, and it will keep changing. Like, we went from Bitcoin, Ethereum to NFTs, and we'll keep seeing new developments. But like, if we're not open-minded to actually go into these things and explore them, I don't think we'll actually make any impact. Thank you.
That's really wonderful. These are really interesting conversations that we should be having as Africans. Trying to solve the knowledge gaps, the skills gap. Africa has the youngest population in the world, and everybody says Africa is the future. But like Justin rightly said, a lot of people don't have the knowledge or the education. But thank you very much for that wonderful insights. So the next question, could you start from Justin, please? So just one word. You're going to say one word when I ask the question.
Okay.
And don't say the one I'm thinking. Okay, so there's a lot of emerging technologies in the horizon, and in the next decade, there's a lot of emerging technologies that are going to take over, change the paradigm. But which one are you most excited about? One word.
AI.
Okay, could you pass the mic? One word, please.
Data analytics.
That was 2 words, but yeah, I get it. Please, one word.
Blockchain. Everything revolves around it.
That's a sentence. Yvonne.
Cryptocurrencies.
Okay.
The Internet of Things.
Interesting.
IoT.
Blockchain.
I knew that would be your answer. Thank you very much, everyone, for being part of this panel. It's been really wonderful, moderating this panel as well. On to the next phase of the event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you so much for being patient with us. It's been an amazing time here in KCC. and we're heading to Uganda now. So if you're one of the delegates and you know you're going to Uganda, just please get ready so that you will not miss your flight. Okay, so thank you everybody for joining us. You can visit the stands. We have amazing things outside there. Just get to know more about the companies that are outside. Get freebies from those companies. And also, I think we're going to have a link for the session tomorrow. The pitch contest, the winner will be announced in Kampala. So please stay tuned. And yeah, thank you everybody. Have an amazing day.
I'm even looking for Manila Finance's deck. I don't think I'll it. Do you have a video you want us to send on YouTube? Mr. Ruth, I've put this to send on YouTube. Yes, because this computer is not sending on YouTube. I don't. Do we have Manila deck? Manila deck? Yes. Did you send it to me? Yes, we have Manila deck somewhere in that folder. Okay. You see, I had a video you want us to send on live. Okay, Manila. I think I've seen it. Seen it? Yeah, I've seen it. This is it, right? Yeah. So what do you want me to do? Scroll down and play the video. Okay. Just on repeat. Where's the video? If that's the only thing we get here, it's fine. Where's the video, please? It's on page 2 or 3. Okay. This is the video.
Crypto industry is continuously evolving, and interest in the Web3 sector is increasing globally. However, individuals and countries with stringent crypto regulations may face difficulties in participating. Manila aims to provide a solution for this issue by porting utilities payment solutions built on traditional web to the blockchain. Our platform offers seamless trading of BTC, Ether, and other prominent altcoins across 44 countries, including Canada, Australia, and the United Kingdom. Manila provides various functionalities such as paying bills, booking flights and hotels, purchasing gift cards and event tickets, borrowing for emergencies, and even saving for the future by staking stablecoins. This gives cryptocurrency real-world utility and significance through the MNLA token that will power the ecosystem. Join the revolution and register at www.manila.finance today. The crypto industry is continuously evolving, and interest in the Web3 sector is increasing globally. However, individuals and countries with stringent crypto regulations may face difficulties in participating. Manila aims to provide a solution for this issue by porting utilities payment solutions built on traditional web to the blockchain. Our platform offers seamless trading of BTC, Ether, and other prominent altcoins across 44 countries, including Canada, Australia, and the United Kingdom. Manila provides various functionalities such as paying bills, booking flights and hotels, purchasing gift cards and event tickets, borrowing for emergencies, and even saving for the future by staking stablecoins. This gives cryptocurrency real-world utility and significance through the MNLA token that will power the ecosystem. Join the revolution and register at www.manila.finance today. crypto industry is continuously evolving, and interest in the Web3 sector is increasing globally. However, individuals and countries with stringent crypto regulations may face difficulties in participating. Manila aims to provide a solution for this issue by porting utilities payment solutions built on traditional web to the blockchain. Our platform offers seamless trading of BTC, Ether, and other prominent altcoins across 44 countries, including Canada, Australia, and the United Kingdom. Manila provides various functionalities such as paying bills, booking flights and hotels, purchasing gift cards and event tickets, borrowing for emergencies, and even saving for the future by staking stablecoins. This gives cryptocurrency real-world utility and significance through the MNLA token that will power the ecosystem. Join the revolution and register at www.manila.finance today. The crypto industry is continuously evolving, and interest in the Web3 sector is increasing globally. However, individuals and countries with stringent crypto regulations may face difficulties in participating. Manila aims to provide a solution for this issue by porting utilities payment solutions built on traditional web to the blockchain. Our platform offers seamless trading of BTC, Ether, and other prominent altcoins across 44 countries, including Canada, Australia, and the United Kingdom. Manila provides various functionalities such as paying bills, booking flights and hotels, purchasing gift cards and event tickets, borrowing for emergencies, and even saving for the future by staking stablecoins. This gives cryptocurrency real-world utility and significance through the MNLA token that will power the ecosystem. Join the revolution and register at www.manila.finance today.